eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, but I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
I believe in curiosity and never stop challenging myself. Technology has come a long way. Still, nothing beats the capabilities of the human brain.
At Merck, we believe that curiosity is the driving force behind progress and development. Merck is a vibrant science and technology company working to develop medicines and intelligent solutions for patients, as patients are always at the center of everything that we do. We know that soon 1 out of 3 people across the globe may be affected by brain-related diseases. Luckily, we also know that training your brain can contribute to preserving and enhancing cognitive functions. Together with the chess world champion Magnus Carlsen, we want to inspire people to actively train their brain.
Always be curious. Challenge your brain.
I mean, in general, when you play Leko, one thing is for real, for sure, he will outplay you. I mean, he's good.
So what's he missing? What happened to him?
I think what he really missed is the knowledge that he's as good as Vishy and Kramnik and Kasparov.
The belief, yeah.
The belief, yeah, the faith.
So what a masterclass by Swidler, how to win a game when you have to play some shit completely cluelessly and then just crash.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 3 of the Legends of Chess event. Well, it's called Legends of Chess, so we cannot start the show without doing the most important thing today, which is wishing another legend who's not part of the event. She's not playing, but she's iconic. She will be joining the broadcast soon. It is Judith Polgar's birthday today. And the entire team of chess24, the tournament, and I'm sure all the viewers, we all wish her a very happy birthday. She's the greatest female chess player of all time, the only female player to break into the top 10 of the FIDE rankings. She became a grandmaster at the age of 15. It was in 2005 that she reached her peak rating of 2735, correct me if I'm wrong, and became world number 8. She's been the greatest female player of all time, and we wish Judith a very happy birthday. It's her birthday, but a big present for all of us because Judith, in fact, will be joining our commentary team next week sometime. We'll have the details up soon. With that, let's move on to the tournament now. And before we start, let's just refresh the format of the event. Let's get that up. We're in the preliminary stage, the round robin, where it's an each play each. Each game consists of 4 mini games. So it's like a mini match, 4 rapid games of 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. If the mini match segment is a tie, they go on to an Armageddon where white gets time odds, but black gets result odds, which means in case it's a draw, then black wins the match. If the player wins in the rapid phase, he goes back with 3 points. If the player wins in the Armageddon phase, he gets 2 points. The loser gets 1 point. The point system is extremely important because at the end of the round robin section, that will determine the top 4 places and who will advance to the semifinals. A lot of you have been asking us about how the colors in the Armageddon have been determined. Just an update on that. So the players who did pick who got the first 5 seedings in the tournament, who started with white, in the rapid portion, get to select the color for the Armageddon. In the round robin section, it will be the player who finished higher in the preliminary, which is right now, who will get to select the colors. All right, what else? So as you know, social media, as Jan has completely made it very clear that that is the only real world that matters to us. We are doing our best to make our audience a part of the event. So let's get up to date with what's going on in the Twitter world. Cannot start before getting this one on. Magnus Carlsen summarizing his play so far and also giving us an update on his location. Not thrilled with my play yesterday, but obviously happy to have won both my matches so far. More excitement is sure to follow. Legends of wordplay, legends of puns going on here. Magnus was playing from the boat, but he did tell us that round 3 onwards, he'll be back on land to continue the tournament. And of course, if we talk about Magnus Carlsen, we cannot not talk about Anish Giri. I think a lot of us feel that it's too much going on with the both of them, and we're kind of getting over it. But we got a comment from both these great players to tell us about how they feel about everything that's been going on. Let's get at what Magnus said. He basically implied that it's all fun and it's all banter, but he is not cool with if it's implied by Anish at any point, in a funny way or not, that there is a ganging up or a team Magnus that's sort of having a campaign against him. That's not okay with him. We also got Anish to comment on it. Let's get that up. And Anish basically said that when I asked him about it, he just counter-asked all of us that, have you ever seen anyone accused of something and to admit it and say, sorry, I did it. But he did go on to say that everything's fine and everything's okay on that end. Not buying that story completely, but my take on this is that both these players are great ambassadors to our game. They are two of the strongest players currently in the world and will continue to be so for a long time. Personally, for me, I think I love it when the banter is friendly and they're on the same team as ambassadors of the game, and go on full battle mode only when they're on the board. The event is being majorly covered across the world by some of the biggest platforms. And of course, in India, there's a huge interest with Anand taking part of the event as one of the legends. He's 5 times world champion. And here's a tweet by Doordarshan Sports. This is the national Indian television channel. And just updating every day with the results and everything that's going on. Yesterday, Vishy lost the match, but narrowly so. He's yet to open his account in terms of points. But hoping that today is going to be a better day for Vishy. Let's also see, we also had an interesting tweet by Icy Fire, and Icy Fire says that looking at the way chess legends are playing makes me wonder how it would have felt to be alive in that era. Wow, Icy Fire, you're definitely very, very young, because I was alive in that era when these guys were playing their top events and world championship matches. Or maybe I'm just very old, I don't know. But such monsters, even though they're past their prime, Chess Legends is nothing less than a dream event to watch. That bit I couldn't agree with more. It is such a huge opportunity for all of us to watch these iconic players of the previous generation, not only cross swords with each other, but also with 4 of the best players in current times. Let's get up the standings before we move on to the next social media segment of ours. The standings up so far after day 2. Magnus Carlsen, Boris Gelfand, Peter Swidler lead the event. So we've got 2 legends and the current world champion with 6 points. We've got in 4th place, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Anish Giri. He won a brilliant match yesterday against Vladimir Kramnik. Leko at 2. Vlad and Ivanchuk, who took the game to the Armageddon, were able to go back with 1 point. This was on day 1. And Vishwanath and Anand Ding Liren. They really need to get that game up because 7 rounds to go, big spots for the semifinalists to fight for. And I think they've got to do something today. Talking about one of our leaders, Peter Swidler, we did have another tweet about him. Lots of people supporting Peter, of course. Everybody's a huge fan of his commentary, his chess play, and Specialista says that he's ready to bet $50 on his boy, Paul Borta, that he'll crush everyone in this tournament. Looks like a solid lead. Yes, we did have Peter join us for some of his thoughts after the game yesterday. And of course, we had a very modest Peter who was basically saying that he can't believe that he's won both his matches the way he has. But we know Peter. We know how he is. And he's basically been playing fantastic chess so far. All right. What else? Let's take a look at the matchups for today and what's going on, what is coming up. All the action over the board. We've got Anish against Jan, a very important game as well. Anish had a tough loss against Magnus, bounced back on day 2. Jan with a really nice win yesterday. Both players have seemed to find their rhythm. It's going to be interesting to watch what they bring. I also feel that there's a clash of styles here with Anish being of course, he's an extremely strong tactician as well, but he's considered a bit more of a positional strategic player, and Jan going all out aggressive in his games. Going to be interesting to watch. Anand up against Vlad. I think this is a critical match for both these icons, both these legends, simply because they need to win to have any real shot at qualifying for the semifinals. And I think another loss for either one of them will strongly come in the way of their chances. We've got Leko up against Magnus. It's going to be interesting to see if it was the boat that was making Magnus really lucky, or just that Magnus is a really strong player. So we'll find out. He's up against Peter Leko, considered one of the most difficult players in the history of chess to beat because of his incredible ability to basically make no mistakes over the board. Boris Gelfand up against Peter Swidler. That's a big matchup, and I'm sure our commentators, Jan and Rustam, are going to be focused on this one majorly because these two are the tournament leaders so far, and they've shown extraordinary chess. Boris came on an interview the first day and expressed how seriously he's taking this tournament. He's organized practice matches, and he's been training in this rapid format. So definitely up in his game. And Peter is playing phenomenal chess. Ding Liren against Vasyl Ivanchuk. Again, the same situation that is with Vishy and Vlad. One of them has to score to keep their chance alive into going into the semifinals. Fun fact about Vasyl Ivanchuk that I learned today. So according to FIDE, his official name all this while was Vasily, but finally he was able to get FIDE to change that. So in all the rating lists and all official databases, he's been Vasily Ivanchuk, but apparently he's gotten FIDE to change that to his real name, which is Vasyl Ivanchuk. All right, and talking about the leaders, Boris Gelfand, today we're also celebrating, and starting from today, we are going to be celebrating each of our legends in the tournament. Today is the day of Boris Gelfand. He's from Israel, and he's been in the world top 30 for about 27 years, and that just shows incredible longevity, which is what Levon Aronian spoke about in his quote, where he said that chess and longevity is just in his blood. Peter, I think Boris Gelfand's dedication and love and passion for the game is just the reason he has been one of the best players in the world. And there's a brilliant write-up on him on chess24.com. Definitely read that up. Superb article, just telling us a lot about the history. Boris started playing when he was around 4 years old and went on to study in the Petrosian School of Chess. There's all of that, what he learned there. One of the things that stood out for me was this big learning that he had about how in chess you need to play every move with an idea, never make a move without an idea, whether it's blitz, whether it's rapid. And he's often expressed this in several interviews, that's still a learning that he's continued to follow. Lots of great advice in that article, and clearly a man who's been at the top for 27 years. You need to pay heed to what he has to say. Do not forget to enter the fantasy chess. And I'm always so late at reminding you guys about this because there's so much to tell you before the games start. But we've got about 12 minutes left for the fantasy chess contest, and some great questions in there. The one for the overall event is already done, but there's also we've got one running every day. So definitely enter the round fantasy chess contest. It's got some, like I said, some super interesting questions, and I've entered my bracket. Till now, my bracket's going really awful. Every prediction I've made is just off the mark, and I'm kind of given up on winning the great prizes that are at stake. Talking about involving you guys into the social media, do not forget to connect with us throughout the round with your takes, your questions, whatever it is that you guys have in mind, using the hashtag chess legends and tagging chess24. That's going to help us a lot. Everybody watching us on YouTube and on Twitch, a quick reminder that you can go to chess24 and also follow us there to get your updates on everything that's going on. The other tweet I want to bring up was one about a very interesting format that Peter Heine had suggested. Yes, so Chesspatzer wrote to us saying, what do the chess legends commentators think of Peter Heine's idea of white making the first move, with the second player getting the chance to choose colors on his move. Tanya Sarsev either play as black or turn the board around. That's really interesting. I was actually not aware of this format that Peter had suggested, but I'm sure, and when Jan and Rustam come and join us, I'm definitely going to throw this question to them. Chess Patsa, thank you for that. I think it's a really interesting concept because we often think that perhaps white has got some advantage going into the game and having, that initiative of playing the first move. And what if suddenly, after making the first move, your opponent has the idea to turn the colors around and play as white? So it makes me wonder, what is the right move for white then? Like, would it be something like G4 or B4? Seeing how G4 and H4 are anyways popular moves and being used anyway, maybe something like that, and chess theory would change a lot. Interesting concept. And with how chess is growing and booming and everybody's trying these different formats across the world, who knows? We might get to see this idea of Peter Heine come into reality and a tournament where this actually happens. All right, let's also take a look at our current standings once again before the round starts so that we're up to date with where everybody is. We'll be shortly joined by Jan and Rustam. So just getting everyone up to date one last time on this. Magnus, Boris, and Peter leading the event. Jan right behind them. And again, let's not forget, it isn't really about who finishes first or who wins the round robin stage. It's just all about qualifying for the semis. Talking about the qualification for the semis, there's also a lot of talk about how good the Armageddon format is for the legends, and I think there are lots of mixed feelings on this topic, and share with us how you feel about it using the hashtag #ChessLegends. But it just feels that probably in the Armageddon format, the current generation might actually have a bigger hand because it does come to, making moves faster and a lot of mouse speed, and how much time and how much practice do the legends actually have in that format. I think it's all very interesting because we've seen the legends sort of adapt to how chess has evolved and grown over the last 20 years. And all these guys have been able to sort of maintain their level at the very top, despite how much chess has changed. And there are several top players who've struggled and failed to do that. But these players here have maintained that dominance and, that ability to hold their own. And then chess shifts to an online rapid format, and an online, it's not just a computer thing, it's a different generation that sort of takes to it. Online chess is a different animal. So it's firstly a huge struggle for them in that aspect. But also when it comes to Armageddon, what does that mean for the legends? And my take on this is that I do believe that perhaps rapid portion is where they have their best chance. And of course, I've been, looking at the standings right now, it's clear that the legends are really holding their own. But we did not see a single Armageddon yesterday. What is going to happen when it goes there? I do feel that advantage probably is going to be with the semi-finalists from the Chessable Masters who have qualified for the event based on the fact that they finished in the top 4 in the previous event, just because of the practice that they have. And the good news for those who believe that Armageddon should be used as a last resort, because in many ways, Armageddon sort of reminds me of the football penalty shootouts that you have, where it's like the last and the final thing to decide who is the winner of the match, because you need to have a winner. But it's extremely thrilling, but equally heartbreaking at times. So I think that's going to be one big challenge. And we've also had Vlad comment on this, that, he is not a fan of Armageddon and he would want things to work out in the rapid for him. And for those who also feel that Armageddon is going to be hard in the semifinal portion, and once it goes into the knockout phase, the format changes. It's going to be, let's have the format for the semifinals up, just so that the format for the semifinals is going to be a best of 3 mini match, where each match is a 4-game rapid match again. And in case there's a tie there, before going into the Armageddon, they are going to be playing 2 5+3 blitz games. And only if then it's still undecided do they move on to play the Armageddon. And as always, when I'm running out of things to say, I've got the saviors with us. Jan and Rustam, I see, have joined us. Jan, I'm going to throw a question to you and Rustam on a tweet that we got, which was very interesting. Okay, before that, I also want to bring this up, which is by Amritsar Chess Club. And they say chess for the brain is like exercise for muscles. It fights cognitive decline and trains both sides of the brain. Make your brain strong and play chess. Before I throw it over to Jan and Rustam, I just wanna add to that tweet of the Amritsar Chess Club. I was in St. Louis, and in St. Louis, they also do a lot of research around chess and how chess develops the mind and the brain. And yesterday was the World Brain Day. And there I learned that there's been scientific study that there's only 3 fields in the world that light up both sides of the brain. You know how we have the left and the right side. And that's math, music, and chess. So it's only these 3 things that actually light up the entire brain. And we're very happy to tell you that, in fact, Musk has come on board with chess24 to support the event and support the fact that we all need to think about brain health and how to keep that going. And of course, nothing better than the ultimate brain game. And now let's get up that tweet by chesspatzer again, because I want to throw this to Jan and Rustam. Guys, Peter Heine's suggestion of this interesting format with having to make the first move and then Black deciding what color he wants. I wasn't aware of this, but as chesspatzer pointed out, I think it's a super interesting format. What's your take? Do you think that'll ever see the light of day?
Hi, Tanya. Hi, everybody. I don't know. I saw this tweet by Peter Heine, and I thought about it a bit. What could be proper first moves? So you make your first move, and then your opponent has the choice to either play with white or with black, depending on his assessment of the position. Yeah? I thought the sweet spot has to be something like A3, B3, C3, maybe D3 and E3 as well. I wasn't sure if those moves were too strong. Because after other moves like E4, D4, C4, knight F3, G3, I think is no question you take white. Knight H3, knight A3, H4, G4, A4, B4, I think is no question. B4 maybe is close. I think is no question you take black. So I thought the sweet spot was somewhere there. Rustam, have you given this topic a lot of thought?
No. I'm surprised by just how detailed your answer was.
I've been waiting for this question all my life.
I can imagine. No, I mean, it reminds me of an old, like, semi-mathematical, semi-logical task I heard in school, I think, or in my preschool days.
Dividing land?
Dividing something when you have nothing to divide by. Basically, you have one guy who divides and the other guy who chooses. Right. And at the end of the day, nobody can complain. So this is something similar. Although you might say black maybe has the advantage in being the one who chooses in this case, right? Because
I always thought the guy that chooses the land also has an advantage.
Yeah.
Very hard to divide fairly.
It's very hard to divide, yeah. So maybe there the divider will regret it anyway. But yeah, mainly, like, what is Peter Heine up to these days? Is Magnus not keeping him busy?
I don't know. He usually has Magnus, then FIDE is a topic, Danish Chess Federation, and then reforming chess apparently. So I'm happy he gives us some ideas.
The man is busy.
Tanya, what match should we keep an extra eye on today? Anand Kramnik, what's the big one?
I think it has. Let's get the pairings up again. And I think it's, for me, the match of today is 100% between our tournament leaders, Boris Gelfand and Peter Swidler. I don't know about you guys, but who do you think is going to take this one away? It's really hard to pick one because I'm a fan of both of them. It's really hard to say.
I just filled out the fantasy and I think I was getting odds for Gelfand. So I chose Gelfand because I wasn't sure how big of a favorite Peter is. I guess Peter, yeah, he's a little younger. He's maybe a little more accustomed to rapid play. I would guess Boris has an advantage in the opening phase. So I'm expecting a close match. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it's Armageddon.
And who do you think would, if this...
Sorry, Tanya, I interrupted you.
No, go on, Rustam. What's your take on the match?
No, I was just saying that with Peter, usually the more he complains, the stronger he plays, and I think he was complaining quite a lot about the quality of his play yesterday, right? So I mean, he must be in top shape.
That's quite a high indication of Peter's shape. Yes, and we've got lift off, so I'm going to leave you guys to the games and be back soon with all the updates from the real world.
Thanks, Tanya. We'll see you in an hour. The one game where we don't have liftoff yet is Gelfand versus Svidler. So we will start, I don't know, with the champs, the legends of legends, Anand, Kramnik. Who's the bigger legend, just before we get into any controversial topics?
Anand.
Ah, okay. Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kramnik is one of the Soviet school, and Anand is one of the kind. There is nobody like him, not before or after. And we finally have the French. Remember how I was complaining?
Wow,
2 days
French
straight?
has been played.
French has been played.
You were complaining?
I was saying that we don't see French these days, and because I was filling up the survey before the tournament, and I was like, yeah, certainly we'll see the French. So at least I got my 5 points. I think it was well deserved.
You don't think it's a mouse slip, Kramnik? Not used to online play. Well, play e5 and slipped.
It is a 25% possibility, I think.
He has played the French in serious games, though. Like, I think even late in his career, in later Dortmund and so on. So probably not a slip. You're the expert here. I know very little. They used to take on c5, but decide it's not enough. What's going on? Or move earlier, maybe?
Yeah, I think once you start combining bishop e7 and a6, it becomes tricky. I think usually white takes on c5 early, and then castles long and tries to mate. And our good friend Georg Meyer played this position against Kramnik, or similar position against Kramnik, but Kramnik was white. And I think Kramnik attacked brilliantly and did mate Georg finally. It was some Olympiad.
Was it some queen f2, h4?
No, this queen f2 was, I think, a famous game against Rajabov, but some similarities, yeah. And I remember there was a funny dialogue, like Georg Meyer was complaining after the game that you really cannot play this position without some computer help. And I was telling him that it's a bit irresponsible of him to come to a game against Kramnik without a computer, right?
Don't give people any ideas. Why is it that so many German players play the French? All my compatriots, Meyer, Blühbaum, Swane, historically Ullmann, there's been so much love for the French opening.
I know, right? I know, I guess it's solid in a way. You do survive the first 5-6 moves without adventures. But it always brings to mind how Morozovich once told me that French is the opening for people with difficult childhood. And I guess, yeah, Morozovich should know, right? Nobody played French as much as he did.
Very true. In a way, yeah. Often you get these locked up structures. No, you need a special character to seek those out.
Yes. I mean, I think we kind of know that most of these positions, like also this position, the one I see, I think we know that it's not good for black objectively, but we do know that white often kind of cuts himself trying to break through. So black also sometimes gets winning chances.
It's one of those where when the aliens or Leela version 20 solve chess in hopefully long in the distant future, you feel like these things could be winning for white, but until then, it's anybody's game, no?
No, but also even if you know for a fact it is winning, it has no implication on a real tournament game, right? Because we are not capable of this precision. But bishop d1 is a lovely touch, right?
Wow, understanding.
Yeah.
It's a nice regroupment, no? The knight can come over here, then c3, bishop c2. The bishop is on its rightful diagonal.
It is lovely.
Culture. That's an amazing move.
Yeah. I probably will not make so much of a difference compared to your knight d1, but just feels a bit classier.
It feels much classier, yeah. Shout out to Vishy Anand. These two, of course, have been rivals for a long time, although Kramnik is a little younger. I think he's like 7-8 years younger. They feel very much of one generation, no? Throughout the 90s, the 2000s, then peaking in that match in 2008.
Yes. I think Kramnik maybe came to the spotlight maybe just like 2 years later. I think his breakthrough was Manila 92, right? The Olympiad where Kasparov insisted on taking him into the team. Kramnik was barely known at the time.
Moscow, no?
No. Moscow is 94.
Moscow 94. Oh, right.
And in Manila 92, Kramnik, I think, basically won all his games. And people said, this guy is good. He should turn professional. And that's what he did.
He did, yeah.
He did.
Now I think it's 6 years, yeah? Anand is born in 69 and Kramnik in 75, so yeah. Not that big a difference. But Kramnik, for example, helped Kasparov in 95 in his match against Anand. No?
Yeah, that was actually quite... It's like a mind game of sorts. Who helped who? I mean, very difficult to take a good grasp on it. But like, I think Kasparov helped Vichy against Kramnik in 2008. And then Kramnik helped Vichy in the next match against Topalov. I really get confused about all these greats helping each other in all these matches. Yeah.
Did Kasparov help Vichy in 2008?
Well, if you can call it that, but I think this was the official position. Yeah, Kasparov would call him every now and then and would give him some advice on this or that. But to be fair, I mean, a lot of opening notes that Kasparov had were already seriously dated at the time. Although I think Vichy still appreciated the help.
All right, Kramnik played g6 here, not showing his cards. Maybe he's put more pawns on dark squares to fight against this g4 f5 plan, or the f5 breakthrough in general.
Yeah, I mean, Black will get play of his own, right? After this knight moves from c3, he will have his own like a5, b4 play, which can also get annoying, right? So I think that's why Vichy is maybe hesitating now. I mean, he did play bishop d1. Now you would expect him to play knight e2. Maybe he's considering a move like b4, trying to stop the counterplay first, and then play knight e2, c3. Because I don't know what else he could be considering here.
Yeah, interesting. I'm so reluctant to touch pawns on the side where we're weaker in a way. So b4, a5, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe knight takes b5, a b4. Maybe white really doesn't have much of a follow-up there.
Yeah.
Now suddenly your bishop d1 doesn't look so harmonious anymore.
As we've said all the way, what is it doing? You should keep the rooks connected.
That's exactly what we said.
All right, let's have a quick tour through the other games. And in Peter Leko versus the world champion Magnus Carlsen, we see a very sharp position out of the opening. Leko with white goes d4, c4. Fianchetto, and Magnus, yeah, shows in a way on move 3 already he's gunning for a fight. No, because the most solid way to play here is c6 followed by d5, I would argue.
Yes.
But he goes for this system, which I think we've seen him play in the past against, can't recall, Ahmediyarov maybe?
Well, to be fair, also here, white does have a very solid option in d takes c5.
Oh, yeah, I would have snapped that pawn off, but shout out to Peter Leko, who, well, he has this reputation, or he used to have a bit of this image problem that Anish Giri has nowadays to some extent in his days, but he's always been a maximalist in a way when it comes to trying to put pressure with the white pieces out of the opening. So he would not play a move like dc5 because it's safer, no?
I mean, he is definitely trying to play the most principled variation.
Exactly.
And d5, knight a5, knight c2. This is knight d2. This is a so-called Yugoslav variation, right? Isn't it? And e6, I think, is not the most usual way to proceed here.
No, I think this is the King's Indian. If you go Slav, you play d4, d5, c4.
No,
c4.
I said Yugoslav. But yeah.
I'm trying. Yeah, this is the Yugoslav. This was popular, I guess, in the 70s when they had a lot of tournaments. And
no, I think also later. I think also later, like this plan was a6, b5 instead of e6. It was pretty big. And even yours truly played this line a few times in tournament games.
Also, I'm so weak at chess history. Now I'm thinking maybe even earlier they played this in like Zurich 53 and so on. Anyway.
There were even like some famous Botvinnik games. And my game against Neverov, you are certainly aware of. So like there are quite some classical games.
I never heard of your Neverov game. That didn't work either. I'm still warm here. Anyway, this is a sharp Benoni structure now. b5, bishop b2, rook to c8. Another one of those where long-term white could have an advantage in the center, but mid-term there's a lot of play to deal with.
Well, to me it looks like a most unusual combination of two openings, but it also looks like this could potentially work for black. Like it looks like it's going to be sharp, but it could work out. Knight c4 is also classy. In a way, black's problem in this variation is knight on a5. So exchanging other pieces could help white. Black could, of course, try maybe knight e8, avoiding this exchange. Or he could also try bishop f5, although bishop f5 might be a mistake because it would allow white to take on f6 and play e4 with tempo. So maybe this really would not work out.
Yeah, knight c4. Yeah, I like the logic. If your opponent has one misplaced piece, it makes sense to exchange a bunch of other pieces. So it's more pronounced.
Yeah.
Both sides have been playing reasonably quickly. Sharp battle ahead here. And wow, another very sharp position in Gelfand Svidler. This is a line I've seen recently in this. I don't even know what this is called. The English four knights central variation. I made up that name. Knight db5 used to be all the rage. This is sort of the older line, but I think it's coming back a bit. And Boris has played some games here in the past.
Yeah, I think it was both colors.
Yeah.
And so I think I think like Nepomniachtchi was playing this line a few times with, I think, black. I think his famous game against Wei Yi in some Grand Prix last year, the one that decided basically the qualifier for the candidates, was in this particular line. And also his game against Anish Giri, the first round game in the candidates, that is still of like ongoing importance because the tournament is not over, right? Was played in this line. So it is a very topical line. And
yeah, move a5 is clever. He's anticipating long castles and he wants to, in good old Leela style, even though people had figured this out before, Leela pushed the pawn all the way to a3. And I guess that's what happens, yeah? Long castles, a4, knight to a1, castles short, knight c2, bishop c5, f4. I'm assuming black can throw in a3, b3 pretty much whenever he wants, but Peter decides not to do it. Goes knight c6, bishop e3. Guess he can still do it.
Well, I have this general feeling that maybe white's position becomes more solid once a3, b3 is included.
I don't know. I'm always pro a3, b3. Just, you know, for the future. It's this Backhaus theory we discussed yesterday.
Yes.
b2 square.
And check will be made. Huh?
Rook d8. Svidler agrees with you.
Well,
that looks wrong though, rook d8. I'm just going to come out and say that looks wrong.
White was threatening rook takes d6.
Yes, it's still wrong.
So rook d8.
Too slow.
Yeah, I actually don't understand. Like if white plays bishop g2, for instance, what is black's plan? What is his move?
I believe e5 is a move here, after including a3, b3 or not. But then, yeah, maybe rook takes d6 was a topic, bishop g4. Well, I've seen stuff like this. And after bishop g2, I would guess it's still e5, actually.
Well, this would require some, at least maybe some calculating, maybe not, because there are some pins around.
Yeah,
Also-
very.
And if I go f5, knight d4, you are happy to jump, right? I guess. So I would have to do something else. Maybe it is bishop g2 that is slow. Maybe white needs to be a bit more imaginative.
No, I was curious about g4.
g4, e5.
G5 or f5. I'm not sure if g5, bishop g4 bothers me.
Yeah, f5, knight d4.
Maybe still too slow. All right, Boris, you figure it out. He took on c5.
He took on c5, yeah.
Is he going to play it very safe? Queen c5, queen e3.
That is not impossible.
There he goes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the battle of, I think it's fair to say, the surprise leader, at least. Leaders, at least Sidle himself seemed surprised. He's one of them.
I think Boris is also a very realistic person. I don't think he expected to have a perfect score after 2 rounds.
And then we have Ding versus Ivanchuk. Ding has looked off so far in this tournament, has not managed to find his form yet. And against Ivanchuk, I'm not sure if they have much history. I should have looked it up, but I think not that much. I can't recall much.
Yeah,
at the very least.
Cannot be all that much, yeah. Cannot be all that much. This position, though, looks a bit passive for black. Like he has a solid build-up, but not much future. Nothing he can do, really. He will just have to sit and wait. And hope that white will find it difficult to break through.
How does white want to break? Well-timed b5. Yeah.
Well, there are several plans. Either you go b5 and try to pressure the pawns on c6, d5, or sometimes you go even a5 and try to lock in that bishop somewhere on a8. Didn't we see the game yesterday of Giri against Kramnik? Sometimes the bishop on a8 can, decide the game.
All right. So Ding with a small advantage, and there are yells that we're missing some action in Giri Nepomniachtchi. I should add the usual disclaimer: with 5 games ongoing at a time, it's very hard to cover all the action. If you want to see it all, you can come to chess24.com, and there you can choose this tab that I always forget about, which I think is called multi-board, and there you can customize it. You see all the running games. That's my recommendation if you want to see all the action. Giri Nepomniachtchi, what is going on here?
Well, I mean, white certainly looks like he might have a tactical solution. Like he can go h takes g6, open the h file, right? So black would take, and now this would require us to be precise in delivering the final blow, if such exists in this position.
If we go queen h4, there's still rook h8.
There is still rook h8. But black's position feels soft around that g6 pawn. So maybe something involving either bishop d3 or rook cg1.
Let's try this. Threatening queen takes g6 checkmate, so there's no time to capture here.
Yeah, and helpfully queen e4 check runs into bishop d3. So this is not really a defense. And well, knight h8, I think, will have few problems, including maybe queen like h3. And now you don't have rook h8 like before.
Yeah, this looks crushing.
So black would have to go something else. But he has already made a move, yeah? I was just beginning to enjoy myself.
Rook hd1? You're moving the rook from the h-file, Anish?
But maybe black queen doesn't have a square.
If it wins, it wins.
There's queen,
Still.
Queen e4, bishop d3.
And then g6 falls.
But black does have like rook takes c4, right?
You have to sacrifice a queen one way or another. Probably
rook
this way.
c4, rook d4, and rook takes d4. I wonder how much of an advantage it is for white. Well, white is definitely better. The question is just how much.
I go pawn hunting.
That's one way of doing it.
Not what Anish did. He plays rook g1.
Wow.
Maybe a better way to go pawn hunting, yeah? Threatening queen g6,
As it is,
g5 you take, and maybe queen c7.
yeah, it's actually a reasonably sad position.
Yeah, knight h8 is it's not pleasant.
Yeah, maybe necessary though.
So it looks like Anish will probably score the lead here, or take the lead against Nepomniachtchi, whom he's been doing well against recently. No, he beat him in this last event, and what was it, the semi-finals? Yeah, I think so. In general, I think Anish has a decent score against Nepomniachtchi in these recent Rapid Blitz events.
He did lose with white in the candidates.
That is true.
You would think this maybe one game was more important than all the other games combined.
Yeah, that's true.
It is the candidates.
I'm trying to recall their tournament history has been very, very mixed. Like, there's a candidates game, the biggest of them all, maybe. And there's also this Vike game where I think Nepomniachtchi beat him in some Pierts with black. But there's also been victories for Anish. So a lot of bloodshed there.
Well, not surprisingly, because their styles are so different, right?
FG.
Queen c7, right? Your pawn
Looks like a much better version of my pawn grabbing expedition. Yeah, he's exchanged his f2 pawn for this f6 pawn in the meantime.
So what do you think? Some technical difficulties still?
I think it's just winning.
Like king f6. Let me try to defend this a bit. Rook fd8, counterplay.
Take more pawns.
Rook, let's say 8d6.
Do you have any threats?
I want to take your queen.
Take the queen. Okay, that's fair. Let me stop that threat.
Yes, and like knight e5 or something like this.
Yeah. Game continues a bit.
I think, I mean, one might find it difficult in a rapid time control to convert here.
I should generate some threats, maybe. Maybe queen c3 was too passive. So queen c8, queen g8. Or... Feels like it should be winning, but I understand you have black coordinates. G pawn survives.
Yeah, I'm also not sure because, for instance, if you go like queen c8, and if I were to exchange the rooks, like take, and king c2, and let's say rook back somewhere, I mean, my g pawn might become more dangerous one day.
Yeah.
And this knight is such a marvelous defender of my king. That's really the king's guard.
So still some work for Anish, but he has to be very close to winning objectively.
Yes.
Let's check back in with Vishy Anand and Vladimir Kramnik, where we see the strategic battle lines very clearly. No, Vishy achieved this f5, Kramnik did his b4 businesses. Now going after the c3 pawn. Who's faster?
I mean, just by the look of it, I would say black is doing reasonably well, or at least better than I would normally expect in this type of structure. I always thought of this as a bit of like burnt ground strategy for black. Like white broke through on the king side, but there is nobody there. I mean, there are limits to how much damage white can do there.
Right, you can pick up 2 pawns, but you're not mating anybody.
You're not mating anyone, you're not winning any pieces because there are no pieces there either. And very often, as you break through, you exchange more and more pawns. So there are limits to how much damage you can do.
Vishy plays bishop b1, trying to hang on to his c3 pawn.
Yeah, now maybe queen takes c1, rook a1 is some sort of maybe semi-nasty pin.
Yeah, there's reinforcements coming now. Knight
Yeah.
a4, knight a5.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look bad for black. Maybe it even looks kind of nice for black.
Vladimir Kramnik, bring the French back.
Yeah.
Wasn't that what what Ivanchuk said when Kasparov quit? That he didn't understand why Kasparov quit, because if he was bored of the knight, or if he could just have switched to the French.
I never heard that one.
I think he said that. Maybe Kramnik heard it and thought, you know what, I retired, but then I realized I didn't play the French enough.
Once Ivanchuk won a classical game against Kasparov, who's black in French in 25 moves. That must have been sweet.
Yeah. Not like these typical 25 move wins with black against Kasparov, but if you do it in the French,
yeah,
that's extra nice. So, Kramnik doing well, Anish Giri doing very well. How's Peter Leko, who lost to Kramnik or he tied the World Championship match?
Why would you play a5?
2004, but Kramnik kept the title. Why don't you like a5?
No, I just felt that black was suffocating on the queen side, and this gave him the square b5 that he so badly needs for the bishop. But maybe it's very tactical, because after a5, black has to deal with the threat of a6, and after a6, white gets knight b6. But now I personally would consider bishop b5, but maybe it's just me. It just feels like such a nice positional move, but maybe an exchange is too high a price to pay for this.
Yeah, Magnus kept it, and Leko's just going after the a6 pawn. Yeah, he exchanges his bishop, goes queen c4, saying your knight is misplaced. Okay, it keeps the pawn.
Yeah, I think in general, he just wants to dominate this knight for the rest of the game.
Because it's on a bad circuit, yeah, even if it makes it f7, you play f4 and it doesn't have a lot of squares.
There is no future for this knight unless you give him the c5 square.
He's not going to do that. Do you see, by the way, there was some talk about, the other day you said that if you play against Leko, he's going to outplay you. And people weighed in, I think Ivan Sokolov said he doesn't think so. Leko hasn't outplayed him much, and he doesn't think he's on the level of Kramnik and Anand, which I agree, he doesn't have the career, but how do you feel about the outplaying part?
I know, maybe it's just like my personal painful memory of the history of my game against him, of my games against him, because he has outplayed me plenty.
I played him twice, he outplayed me twice. I didn't like it.
And I mean, right now, he is having the world champion on the ropes. I mean, he did give him the c5 square, but
he's taking some pawns.
He's taking a lot of pawns in return.
Yeah. No, and he's particularly good in these strategical battles, it feels like. No, even against Magnus.
No, but the thing is, what Magnus does really well is that despite having to defend, he actually keeps some time advantage. This is going to be crucial in about 5 minutes' time.
No, that's the question we have, also the one we had yesterday when he had a good position against Svidler. Can Leko finish these games off against guys who are more used to this format and who are have had much more practice at the highest levels?
Also, I don't know if you have had the pleasure of having a good position against Svidler. At some point, his defensive technique is just making an absolutely instant move every single time, and the one that is most annoying for you, he really has a special gift to make annoying moves. And it's really difficult to be better against Svidler. It's much better to have an equal position against him.
It's also, at least that's my theory. No, Svidler and Kayakin, they're very different. But Svidler, his one weak spot is sometimes his opening work is not as good as other top guys. So maybe he's more used that he has to defend and pose practical problems and make it murkier later. So he's excellent at it. While the guys who rarely run into these situations, they might be less good at it because they just don't have practice, like defending weak positions.
Yeah, I think a lot of defense is also psychology. I have been told by people who knew that Kasparov was never a good defender because he felt it was slightly beneath his royal stature to have to defend, right?
That, and also he's not getting many bad positions.
He
was so
doesn't
strong in
have
the
much
opening.
practice in it, but also he could defend better if he would, welcome the task the way sometimes Karyakin seems to welcome the task, right? Because it is a thankful task most of the times, but also like Magnus is such a good defender, right? He doesn't have this sort of a psychological problem. Give him a bad position, he plays it.
Yeah. Well, I think it can also go away. I'm not sure. Like no, Karan actually still has it, so that doesn't apply. I was going to say the better people also get in the opening, the fewer chances they have to show this defensive skill. Kramnik, I don't think has it, no, because he doesn't want to sit tight when he's defending. He wants to make something happen. So he's a much more active defender in a way.
Kramnik usually thinks he's winning, so he doesn't have this kind of a problem.
Yeah, it's not a mental thing. He's just trying to be very active. Speaking of which, what's going on?
Well, bishop g6 is a nice desperado of sorts, yeah? Or maybe it's just a clever way to bring the bishop to h5.
So you have to defend go bishop e8 probably?
Yeah, I think bishop e8 is more or less automatic. I wonder what he's thinking about.
Throw in knight b3.
Yeah, maybe that's what he's thinking about. But also, what does white do after bishop? Oh, maybe he has to consider like bishop e8, knight f5.
Wow.
And takes e6. Maybe that's why he's thinking.
That'd be very cute.
That would be kind of cute, yeah.
Sacrificing one knight and that's still offering up this bishop in order to queen one of the pawns. That's beautiful. It could work too. Because knight f5, if you take the bishop, there's a knight fork.
Yeah, that's it. He played knight b3. He definitely saw this. He definitely saw this. And now there was actually one famous game, I think Anand Gurevich from some French, where he queened his pawns in this ridiculously tactical manner. I thought, it's unfair for anyone to be this good.
Yeah, I've seen a game that didn't feel like fair chess.
Didn't feel right. A knight f5 now, huh?
Ooh, a tempo.
Yeah.
No. Is she showing some stuff here? Yeah, this is a beautiful construction.
I know, right? That's just not fair.
It's just pretty.
They're both of them hanging, right? Both of these pieces are hanging.
I'm studying Kramnik on the camera. He looks more... He's not shaking his head. He just looks pleased with the beauty of it, yeah?
I think Kramnik is so quick that he already knows that he must be in search of practical chances. He knows that, he has been served.
It's just very, very pretty. And I can't recall this particular construction, like having a bishop on g6 and a knight on f5 that can both be taken. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, what a novel motive, right? What the hell?
Kudos to you. You saw it coming too. It's very, very beautiful.
Let's see how you would try to defend this with black.
I don't even see a move. Knight d6 is coming. What do you do?
Well, you'd have to conjure up some counterplay, but...
It feels slow, no?
Let's say king c6, knight e8, knight e2, check. Check is always a good start.
Takes, and you want to run with a c pawn.
Well, at least I have a passed pawn of my own, right?
Yeah.
So rook e2, bishop f7, right? And c3.
Back.
And now I need to stop your pawn, so I will try king d7.
Drama continues, yeah? No, knight c7, there's some funky moves.
There's some fascinating stuff, yeah. Knight c7, c2.
Yeah, my point was I'm blocking the c file.
But I still have king e7, right?
Now knight e6, you have king f7, yeah, I'm not on time. Yeah.
No, but I mean, white certainly should have other options, right?
Yeah, but it's not straightforward. How did we get here? Knight takes c3.
Yes.
That makes sense. Knight d6 check. We could consider taking this here on the next move. What happens? Just...
Well, I would try the same thing. I would take and give you a check.
And once again, your king will come to the fight against the pawn. Yeah,
that was the plan.
So this guy is too fast here. This doesn't work.
But he already played fg, and
sort of similar. He's bringing the king over.
he's bringing the king, and he's planning to take knight c3 next. I would expect white has a tactical solution here. Let's just try to bring this pawn all the way, no? Like f7, knight. I was thinking knight g5. Takes rook f1, king f8, but maybe this is not clean.
So we have a threat to take here.
Yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, maybe I'm just.
Because rook f1 at
Knight
knight e2 will be annoying.
Yeah, maybe this is too much. He just played knight d6. I mean, white did get a massively strong passed pawn.
Threatening f7, knight h4, which would probably queen it, no? Like, say, takes here. And here.
Yeah, this I think I can no longer parry. Yeah.
He's trying. Play g5, but now your idea.
This is a bit like the end of that famous Gelfand Anand game, right? Where Gelfand was both kind of mating and Vichy was trying to get some counterplay.
The World Championship match?
Yes. So let's try like I know. Because f7, king e7, rook f1, and king f8. Yeah, I don't see how to break it.
Oh, I thought knight c3.
Yeah, but after knight c3, I thought maybe f8 check. But you can hide on g8, right? King f8, knight takes g5, and king g8, and you are temporarily safe there. And after knight e6, knight e2, you have tricks of your own.
Yeah. Oof, chess is so tough. Even after all this brilliance, you still need to find a lot of good moves.
And maybe, I know. What am I thinking? I thought maybe to use the a file, but the a file is safely guarded, right?
Yeah.
But we should be able to do this.
Wow.
Yeah, I was just I was just thinking knight f5, but I was just not really able to calculate it till the end.
So stylish.
Yeah. No, this is the idea. Take an e6 and knight e5.
Also, it's covering the e7 square.
Yeah,
so
no, this is a threat.
so
Yeah, the threat is f7. Yeah.
Wow. This is beautiful, Vichy.
Yeah, king e8, knight e5. Yeah, no, this one is for the ages.
Just e7, no?
I was thinking knight e5 to queen with check, but yeah, e7 also does the job. No?
Amazing show by Vichy Anand.
No, this is stunningly beautiful. Can we defend against this? Can we go king e8, or you think you will just?
I don't know. I can read some complaints that we're missing points in other games, which I understand we are, but this is so fascinating.
I mean, this is
battle between the legends.
History
so
in the making.
we gotta stick with it.
Also,
Leko Carlsen has ended in a draw. And Anish Giri
is
is
a
now
rook and
probably
a piece
lost.
down, yeah?
Yes.
I did tell you this pawn would get dangerous. Didn't I tell you?
Which pawn?
In Giri Nipomnishi.
You did tell me, yeah.
I did tell you.
But that it would cost a whole queen is surprising to
Well,
both
you
of us,
have,
no?
you have no other pieces. What can it possibly cost you? Like after the rook exchange, what could it possibly cost you?
Nothing, ideally.
Oh, that's a trade-off.
It did cost the whole queen.
Yeah.
And Anish lost. All right, back to this. Knight h6, knight c3. And Vishy is just clearing the way for this guy here. But does knight takes g5 win now?
Knight g5 threatens f7 and then knight somewhere, right?
Some combination of these things.
But I have to calculate, like knight takes d4 will create also checks in return.
Yep.
And also knight c2 is now a strong possibility, right?
Chess is very tough.
Chess is a simple and a logical game.
Trains, what was it? Both halves of the brain, yeah?
Yeah, all three of them, yeah. But I
All
don't...
three halves.
Yes. I mean, I don't believe that this list is...
I was wondering, it
accurate.
sounds very unfair to Go and stuff like that, no? Why is Go not on the list?
Well, I thought of the activities that involve my entire brain. I mean, there must be some others, yeah? That
Like what?
like, you know, other activities that have your brain going at full capacity, like, you know, Sudoku.
I don't do Sudoku. Plants vs. Zombies, maybe.
I think Plants vs. Zombies is more like the other way around.
You don't use either half of the brain.
Exactly, yeah. It makes you die slowly inside.
That sounds about right. So how does Vishy win? I don't have a horse in this fight. It would be, in a way, sad if he didn't complete his masterpiece of all these sacrifices.
Yeah,
no?
no, I mean, I think he must be winning, but we need to calculate. And that's where the good news ends, yeah. Like if I go like f7 check, king e7, because like, you cannot go king f8, right?
Nope.
So king e7, you do go. And now I cannot move the knight from g5 because knight f3 check would be bad news. So I have to do something else. Let me try like rook a1 and allow a million checks.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. Now I was thinking you give me checks, like maybe knight ce2,
Yes.
and then I wanted to run like to h2 and then to g3 and g4. Like king h2 and like knight f4 check and king g3. And then I thought I will find some...
There's enough space over here.
Yeah, I thought I would find some piece and then rook a7 would be nasty, or rook a8. It is not very clean, yeah, because I do give you a million checks.
Okay. It's what we talked about the other day, no? Modern chess, even in order to convert these masterpieces, it's still often messy and you have to calculate.
Yeah. Now there is always this bit in the game where you lose control, where you cannot, you know, go on not allowing counterplay. You have to allow some counterplay and control it. That's what computers do so much better than us. He played king f2.
He still has the same route
He still
available
has
to
the
him.
same square, right?
Yeah, knight f4 check.
Yeah, knight f4, king e3 also looks like an option, but might blunder something. Like the rook. So,
King g3 played and knight g6 back. Ah, the pawn is still kept at bay. Kramnik defending.
oh, wow. Because now rook a7, I assumed would be a deadly check, but in fact...
No, he goes on his own king adventure.
Oh, wow.
The knight on d4 covers e6. This is a gigantic clash, ladies and gentlemen. This is very impressive stuff. So I guess Vishy will have to pick up that knight.
No,
but then is he winning? Like,
no, you
probably not.
You have to try to take this knight for free. You just
Keep the
have
f
to.
pawn. Yeah. No.
First of all, now black has a million checks again, like knight e2 is a possibility.
The king can't go to g4 because then e5 and f7.
Well, the same thing is true for f3. So where would you go?
f2.
And then at least I can go knight e2 f4 check and reinforce my knight.
It's anybody's game now.
It's anybody's game. So
wow.
yeah.
92 check happened. This is a sick game. And look at Kramnik. He's smiling. He's feeling himself.
I wish he's back in his Buddha mode, yeah?
Vishy looks very stoic most of the time, even with all these brilliancies he was dropping. But Kramnik, you can see. Thinking, not so fast, Vishy.
By the way, speaking of cheapo maestros,
yeah,
Kramnik is very good at finding tactical ideas in unknown places. It's also like really, really fast at this. I almost feel like awkward complimenting somebody that strong. Yeah, it feels a bit superfluous in a way, yeah, to mention this, but
no, but the thing with Kramnik, in a way at least image-wise, is that he's this strategic maestro who has this big plan in be it the Berlin or in 1d4 in his early days putting pressure. But I'm not sure if he gets credit or if people recognize how much he's calculating and how many tricks he spots like during a game.
Yeah, no, but that's exactly the point. Yeah, I once heard, I was playing a Turkish league, and the captain of our team once told me, Mikhail Gurovic, what a tactician he must be to have a technique which is that good.
Exactly.
You have to keep control, right? And for this, you need tactics. And this is exactly what Vishy lost in this position, the control, right? It's, I mean, it looks like black pawns might be faster.
Would be sad though if Vishy loses this game. Like, of course, all deserved. There's no luck and so on. But after bishop g6, knight f5, the second knight f5, all these brilliancies.
So what is it now? d4 check?
The rook doesn't. The king doesn't have the d3 square because of knight f4, knight g6.
So he has to go to what? To e4?
Rook e2 could
King
ask some
f5?
questions. King f3.
Maybe just king e4, c2? Rook e6. I'm not sure. Rook e6, c1. Right, and so help me God, yeah, queen e3 check.
We'll find out later. He's made a move. Rook e2 check. So the king can't go here.
But he can now go to
but he can go to f5, no?
Yeah, I know. I think the variation we had was probably mating.
Now the king went to f3. By the way, you can see the engine evaluation is also all we can see on the live board in the lower right corner. So that currently says that it's equal now after rook e3, king g4. We've seen it jumping around a little bit. But as you can tell by our blunders, we don't have an analysis engine. So we're just trying to figure out what's happening here. Rook g8, c2?
No, but then probably rook f8, yeah? And then rook c8 check.
So he keeps the knight.
How is this not losing for white? f8, knight f8, rook f8, c2, and d3 must be winning, right?
Looks like.
Yeah, he played knight f5. He's just going for the d4 pawn, yeah? Will this be enough? Like rook takes e5.
c2 once again.
You ask most difficult questions.
C2 played. There's knight d6, but then knight e5. No, he has to take.
Take and e6, right?
There's also c1 queen. I quit. This is just too complicated.
And now knight d5 and knight f6. No, not knight f6, because now you have knight e5. No, e6, yeah? This game is a legend.
What a battle, no?
Yeah, this game is a legend in itself.
Also, this is move 61. It's been chaos for 30 moves straight, it feels like. This is an amazing, amazing game.
Yeah, no, I am loving it. Yeah. But still, Vichy is the one under some practical pressure, at least, right? Because Black is the one giving
Black
checks.
has the queen. I can see the action bar, though. It just says that Vichy is back to winning after
Queen D2, knight
check.
f4. Yeah, Queen D2 is an awful check.
Oh, knight f4, controlling all the squares, but he missed it.
Yeah, he played.
Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, knight f4 would be game over. You have no checks, no future, no past.
Not even traveler's checks. King g6 played.
And now Queen G2 check and Queen takes d5. Yeah, this is kind of
wow,
bad news.
this is a big turnaround. Ooh.
Kramnik did indeed.
Kramnik wins. What a game.
Yeah, oh my God, yeah, what a game.
Kramnik's leaning back, terror squad style. That was amazing.
Did we just witness this? Did we just really witness this live?
You know, I normally don't get very excited about chess, but this was cool. I feel bad for Vichy for losing.
I mean, if you don't
What
get
was a
excited
masterpiece, but-
about this game, chess is really not the game, right? I mean, this was something.
No, they brought it. Congrats to Kramnik, amazing defensive effort. But what heartbreak for Vichy Anand after such a performance. And then one move before the end. Knight f4, you win. King g6, queen g2, you lose. Whoa. All right, let's catch up with the rest of the game. Sorry we ignored them, but I feel that game was very much worth it. Anish Giri, we've seen, lost with his queen, fighting with the g-pawn. Peter Leko drew against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus had to suffer, but managed to hang in there. Gelfand Svidler from the final position. It looks like it was less exciting than the Kramnik Anand game. Svidler defending. And Ding versus Ivanchuk also ends peacefully. I guess some over repetition here. Yeah?
Yeah, rook b6, rook b8. I am surprised. Even the move repetition here is a sign of a slightly broken Ding Liren, I think. Yeah, I mean, normally he would just
only would take the rook and
play on,
keep
right?
grinding, whatever
Yeah.
it is. Yeah. Queen a2.
Or bishop
do
f3,
something,
king
yeah.
g2, and then queen a2. You continue playing. At least you would expect him to, right?
Yeah. Also,
like-
that's his reputation. No, even if he's not better, he chooses to continue the game. Usually.
Or like rook a1 to stop the pawn, and then I wouldn't even be surprised if white is still a bit better.
Very possible.
What is wrong with our boy Ding Liren?
We don't know. There's been some speculation. I'm sure Tanya can fill us in later what the Twitter sphere is saying about it. There could be non-chess reasons, but I haven't heard anything. I don't know.
Yeah? No, but what around, yeah?
Yeah. No. Titanic clash between Vichy Anand and Vladimir Kramnik. Of course, by winning, Kramnik now has the upper hand in that match. Winning with Black is huge, but I feel it's all overshadowed by the pure beauty of that game.
Yeah. Now, sometimes I feel bad for modern chess in this respect. That there are so many games now that games get easily forgotten.
It happens to me all the time. Like you have so many games to digest every day. It's I can't count, but
I know, right? But imagine if this had been a game, let's say Rubinstein, Marshall from 1913, this game would be in every single book, analyzed, appreciated, annotated. And like this, I mean, there is a sad chance that the game could get forgotten, right? We should make sure it never gets forgotten.
This one I don't think will. That was too nice. But yeah.
Yeah.
Also, it is Anand Kramnik. But yeah, I completely agree with your point. That was special stuff. And let's bring in Tanya and ask her what social media and Tanya's other connections, because Tanya, unlike us, she knows real people too.
Yeah, she's connected.
What they're saying.
Oh my God, Jan, I'm still shaking from that last game. I almost forgot that I'm working here and trying to keep in touch with people. What was that? And just an incredible masterpiece. And Rustam, as you pointed out, that's one for history books. What an amazing construction by Vishy, going bishop g6, knight f5. Vlad being super resourceful and finding all these ideas to just keep the game going. The evaluation bar going up and down with seconds on the clock. This is just absolute class. And on the way Vlad handled it, I think it's a great time to bring up Ivan's tweet where he said, beautiful to see Kramnik, if you can just have that, beautiful to see Kramnik just outplaying these hot shots. I really hope Vlad gets back to chess for a few more years. I mean, I'm still shaking from that game, but I completely agree with Grandmaster Ivan here. He tweeted this not after this game, but just the way Vlad's been playing the first 2 rounds of the event. Even though he lost, he really held his own, even in the first 2 rounds, really giving a tough time to his opponent. And today, just absolute class play by Vladimir in a very, very difficult position, even though he was better in the beginning. But when things went out of hand, Vishy, just fantastic ideas, heartbreaking loss for Vishy. Really thinking that this match can still go either way. Vishy's got to come back in the next round. We'll see what happens. The next tweet that I want to bring up is by JMO. And JMO says that chess legends, I think that the time controls help the older players. They don't have to play 3-hour plus games. Theory is not as deep. I absolutely get that point. And this is, of course, in regard to rapid format and Armageddon. But I have to tell you that actually playing multiple rapid games and multiple blitz games in the same day is extremely exhausting. It's actually a lot more tiring than playing one long classical game. The energy that our brain uses up is just intense, and it might look like they're playing shorter time formats, and that might be easier on the older guys, but it's not like that. And really, to be able to play at this level, it's super important to be extremely in shape and to be very fit. Well, talking about brain energy, here's a fun fact for you. Turns out that our brain uses 20% of our body energy, even though it's just 2% in our body weight. I think that's quite incredible, and chess24 is super proud to partner up with Maersk to celebrate brain health. Talking about this, how much energy I think the game of chess uses, that's exactly the reason why chess players, when they've played world championship matches and when they've played these exhausting long events, that they tend to come back with a lot of weight loss. People just wonder that, it's not a physical game. So how is it that that players at the top and players at every level really need to be so fit? And the reason for that is clearly that our brain uses up a lot of energy while playing. Let me just update all our viewers that there is a lot of information and content on our chess24 website. Whatever you need is right there on the tab chess24.com/tour. The other big roundup of the day was, of course, the other big round of these matchups was Jan against Anish. Anish completely winning and went down on that. Anish completely from a winning position, big turnaround. Jan took the point. Vishy goes down to Vladimir Kramnik. A draw against Peter and Magnus. Boris and Peter also drew their game. Tingler and Vasil Ivanchuk. I'm not sure if we have an update on what happened in that game, but that was also a draw. We're probably going to get to know what really in this position, why a draw was agreed. No update on that yet. Let's pull up the other tweet that we had, which was which was by Jay. And Jay says, I'd kill to know what all those books are in Vasil's bookcase. And he sends us a photograph, and we can see behind the chair, there are a lot of books. And I think, yes, those must be some epic chess books. And whenever we've spoken to these legends in interviews or whenever we've had talks with them, they've always advised the use of chess books over the use of engines and computers to improve the game. It could be an age thing, but I think, as Rustam has often pointed out in our commentary as well, that it's a good chess book is a good chess book for life. Often engine lines don't really tell us the idea and concepts behind it, but if you study with books, your foundation is extremely strong. What else? Well, the next game is coming up, but before that, we are going to go into a commercial. I just want to remind everybody that you can connect with us using the hashtag #ChessLegends. Also, we've got throughout the event Q&As running with more insights from each of our players and participants of the event. To be a part of it, consider going premium, because as premium members, you get the opportunity to ask your questions to our players as well as challenge them in the Banter Blitz. We're going to be having one with Peter Swidler. I know there's a Q&A with Peter Swidler tomorrow, and then with Anish on Sunday. Throughout the event, we've got lots of exciting content coming up with the players themselves. But it's not just about that. If watching these legends and watching these top players play has inspired you to improve your own game, there's also hours and hours of superior video content on the website that is absolutely for free if you go premium. All of it, even if you're an advanced level player, there's some great courses by Magnus, by 5-time world champion Vishy Anand, by Peter Swidler on different openings, improving your middle game. You can explore all of that by going premium, a 40% off. Again, a reminder, today we're celebrating Boris Gelfand as the legend of the day. In the next break, I'm probably going to show you an exciting game by Boris. I look forward to sharing that with you. It's one of the games that actually left a huge impact on me, seeing some ideas in that. All right, and we're going to be back with the next round soon. Before that, let's take a quick commercial break. See you in a bit.
Go for a hike in the woods, preferably off trail, to make the trip even more stimulating for your brain. Nature walks can also reduce stress.
We all know Boris, he's a super class player. He was actually the challenger for a world championship match against Viswanathan Anand.
For most chess players, it has never been about becoming the next greatest, but about defining your own path, your own style of play. Nobody can define that for you, but perfecting your style takes practice. Introducing Alex Astane Lopez, International Master. Sign up for CoChess Waitlist and train with Alex to bring out the unique player in you. Train smart, play smart. CoChess.com.
At chess24, none other than Vishy Anand teaches the fundamentals of chess. Who better to learn from how the pieces move than a former world champion? Then move on to a basics course on openings from one of the best players ever, explaining in layman's terms how to develop your pieces for a solid beginner foundation.
try brushing your teeth with the opposite hand of what you would normally use. If it's too easy, you can also balance on one leg at the same time. When you break even the simple routines, you can challenge your brain to strengthen underused nerve cells.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
What incredible action that was in round one of today, still reeling in from all the excitement, especially of that Vishy Vlad game. I mean, these are two legends of the game. Vladimir Kramnik, world champion from 2000 to 2007. Vishwanathan Anand, world champion from 2007 to 2013. And what an epic battle that was. We had a lot of tweets coming in as well talking about this game, because clearly all of you and all of us and Jan and Rustam, we couldn't get our eyes off this game. Let's have a look at what everybody had to say. Kevin, I'm still reeling from that last game between Vishy and Kramnik. Cheering for Vishy so much, and I almost got to witness a new immortal. Great resources used by Kramnik, though. You did not almost get to witness, Kevin. You witnessed a new immortal. That game is going down in the books. Then we also had, let's have the next tweet up by Shreyash. Shreyash saying, Vishy24 the King, immortals ruined by Vladimir Kramnik. Kudos to Kramnik. Sad for Vishy, but nevertheless, a game for the ages. Thank you, Vishy. Thank you, Kramnik. The prediction meter must be really tired after that game. I don't think this immortal was ruined by Kramnik. I actually think Vlad contributed to making it an immortal, Shreyash, because it takes two. Vishy showing excellent tactical ideas, and Big Vlad coming up with immense resources. Let's go to the next tweet that we had by Marius. Marius saying, Anand Kramnik, Kaisha is a heartless mistress. Kaisha is the god, the goddess of chess. Yes, in fact, chess is a very unemotional game, and I think that's the beauty of it. You can play beautifully, you can play incredibly for several moves and show immense ideas and immense class and everything. But one bad move at the very end, missing knight f4, the big chance that Vishy had, and it all just falls apart. In fact, indeed, I think I completely agree. Chess is a heartless game, but nonetheless, a beautiful one. All right. The next tweet that we had about the game was by Pramit Desai saying, this is truly the game of the year. Just loved the way how Kramnik took victory from the jaws of defeat. I really feel bad for Vishy for missing knight f4. Completely agree. A beautiful game. And as Jan and Rustam pointed out, knight f4 was the last chance that Vishy had to win the game, but it was completely lost after he missed the trick with king g6, queen g2. A quick reminder to all of you that today we are celebrating Boris Gelfand's legendary career in chess, 27 years of elite chess play, including his match against Vichy in 2012 World Championship, a result of his dedication and passion for the game. And to celebrate that, we've got amazing Boris merch for sale, and it's I think it's a beautiful mug. And as you can see, Legends of Chess with the incredible Boris on it supports your beverages as well as Boris Gelfand. All right, definitely get your hands on this piece of merch throughout the event. We'll be adding new stuff in the shop. You can log on here, and before I throw it, we've got liftoff. Going to throw it to Jan and Rustam now. Enjoy this game because round one was insane. Can't wait to see what happens. Over to you guys.
Thanks, Tanya. And the games of round two have just started. Boris Gelfand, let's see how he looks in real life. We just saw him on that mug. Can we get him on camera? He's with black against Peter Fiddler. He keeps playing this line, the 2012 line.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't hear. I guess he did more work here than anybody else. But it is a dangerous line.
Yeah. And there we see Boris in his typical fierce concentration. He used to have this habit, I'm not sure if he still has it, to have one pawn to play with during the game.
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes.
Probably not in online chess, no? Unless he has a pawn next to his computer.
No, I also sort of do this. Once I got into a fierce argument with Mr. Mecking on this. He didn't like my habit of playing with a pawn. I can tell you that much.
How did the argument end?
Well, at some point he came around and he took all the pieces which I had there and confiscated them.
Sounds reasonable. What is this? Vichy, now with the black pieces, down 1-0 against Kramnik. They're playing a reverse Yugoslav?
Exactly, that's exactly what they're playing. Well spotted, yeah, that's the reverse Yugoslav. Yes, I wonder, because now black sort of has to go b6, so he would like to go b6 if possible. But then maybe knight g5 was a problem.
You're very sharp today, or always, I should say.
Thank you.
Boom.
So he played queen e7. Now at least white can always go, or at least now he can go knight c5 and solve this knight problem once and for all.
If he wants to.
I don't know if he feels it this way, that this knight is a problem. You could also maybe go like rook b1 and keep the knight.
Is e3 move, or is that opening too many fronts?
I think e3 is what Magnus did more or less, right? At least structurally, he played e6. I mean, you could say e3 and then rook e1 and try to break through in the center, because white must be ahead in development.
We'll see how Mr. Kramnik plays it. And let's conclude our tour through the openings. Magnus Carlsen against Peter Leko was symmetrical English. Plays e3. We've seen d4 in the Gelfand's Fiddler. g3 also, of course, common here. He goes for this. And c takes d5. a3 used to be the main move here. But c takes d5, of course, has always been around. ed is legal, so Leko goes knight d5, bishop d3. Bishop e7, castles, queen e2.
Will this be still called English, or is this more like semi-Tarish now? I'm always a bit confused.
I don't know. It started as an English, but now you could argue the more common way to get this is this semi-Tarish move order, no? And miraculously, we would have the same position.
That is quite miraculous indeed.
Queen 2, cd4, very classical. I think there's other ways to play this as well. But CD, ED, now we have the isolated queen's pawn, the IQP.
Yeah.
Are you pro or con on IQPs?
No, I basically just miss it. Like when I was a kid, every second game was isolated pawn. Its advantages, its drawbacks, but nowadays you barely see it. The new generation is very...
They don't like it, yeah?
They just don't like it. They don't like weaknesses. I was still looking for the word for the new generation, but yeah, they just don't like it.
Yeah, the digital nomads playing chess from boats. But yeah, Magnus is trying to bring it back.
Yeah, usually isolated pawn favors a side with the initiative, and usually also gives you something of this initiative. So I think normally in Magnus's hands it should be dangerous.
Yeah, to show, because I'm reading in the chat, BV Dahl is saying it's also Caro-Kann, right? I guess that's correct.
You can get it from Panov, yes.
Constructed very credibly from a Panov as well. Although move order-wise, it's a little tricky because usually you wouldn't start with knight c6 here. But you could very much get this from Panov, and very similar things from the Nimzo. But yeah, this particular position in a way is not that typical, because more often than not, wondering if that's true, but the queen doesn't go to e2 that early, so I'm not sure.
Very often white plays with a queen on d1, like bishop e4 and things like this, or black ends up playing bishop f6. So this is like a slightly different setup.
Queen e4, threatening checkmate. He goes g6, which is interesting. Knight f6 looks obvious, but I guess queen h4 and then bishop g5 can ask some questions.
Could be pressure, yeah, could be unpleasant pressure.
So g6, bishop h6, rook e8. Another maybe obvious question is, why don't I take the pawn on d5?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's a question which needs investigating. Like takes, takes, takes. I think I have two options. I can grab your bishop.
So we can see he did not take on d5.
I could play knight b4 and just play for compensation with two bishops, or play like take, take, and maybe bishop c6 and get, you know, get active with the bishops. Or I could go also bishop g4 here.
That's what I was thinking, bishop g4 or bishop e6 and try to reclaim that pawn.
I mean, sometimes in better circumstances, queen takes f7 would be made here, but not here,
right.
Not in this position.
No, so Carlsen decides to leave this pawn alive. He goes queen to f4. To this day, I don't know what the structure is called in English. Maybe you know. In German, we call it the Widder structure because it's two bulls locking horns on d4 and d5.
Oh, wow. Germans are very romantic people, yeah?
That is the common perception of Germans. And white is slightly more active now with this bishop on h6.
I would say that black is under pressure here to prove that his setup is healthy because this can really go wrong for black. I mean, this is the one time where the pawn on g6 can be seen as maybe a weakness of the black king. And also queen on f4 is kind of annoying. So I would like to...
My hand wants queen b8 just to get rid of it.
I would like to investigate queen b8, yeah.
Could be.
Because now if white queen retreats, then bishop g4 will bring some relief.
Yeah.
Maybe. And if white plays knight e5, maybe we can take the knight and then play something like bishop f8.
Target the pawn.
But black is probably still a bit on the suffering side.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we have some other option here. But yeah, decisions to be made for Peter Leko. He's played queen b8. Then we have the game Ivanchuk versus Ding. Ding has not looked himself thus far in this tournament. Will he pick up the pace? Ivanchuk, as usual, capable of playing any opening. goes for the Scotch and a rare move here, knight to d2.
I am
guess
just
this point is
so blank here. I just don't know the
to
theory.
d5. You want to save a tempo on giving this check.
I don't know if knight on d2 is so useful, though. Probably is, yeah.
Yeah, it's unclear. I think d5 is doable. But bishop c5 played by Ding. Now I would very much rather d5 as possible. Becomes very non-standard very quickly. Now it looked a little dangerous for Ding. That's why I was pausing. I wasn't sure how this happened. But it looks like he must have had some options along the way.
Actually, he has some moves, right? Like a4, back that knight, and something standard like rook e5.
That's standard to you?
Wow, that's a Lasker rook, right? Not this one. ab3, you want to take with a pawn and
no, knight. I will claim I have a huge position.
Okay, let me go back and play a more standard move like queen e7.
One trick pony.
Now you can even take with a pawn and then play b4, right?
I tried to lure you in with the one trick pony and then become a two trick pony by going ab here. But it does look unpleasant for black, no? This guy could be.
No, this guy
could be gone, maybe gone.
Maybe I am helping you by playing a4. Maybe I need a more central approach, like d6 or d5.
d5 played. I'm still not a fan.
I think it can go either way. Either you will keep your control or you will lose your control.
Yeah, and then I will either like it or not. Yeah. Sharp. I don't trust it for black. Can I go e5? I would like to. Take it.
Yes.
Take. I have a simple dream of locking this bishop up forever.
Yeah, now you have a dream, right?
Could be achievable, no?
Yeah, I mean, next move b4, yeah, I think you're right.
No, knight d7, this is hanging.
Yeah, on knight g4, but yeah, with a hanging h7 pawn, it's difficult to be that adventurous.
No, Ding's still struggling with his form, it looks like. Ivanchuk's still struggling with staying awake, but his position says otherwise. Meanwhile, Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Anish Giri. There's a king on e2. Started as a Najdorf.
Well, never became anything else really, right?
That's fair. It still is a Najdorf. I don't know the theory here, but my best guess is that Anish knows this. He gives a pawn, but in return, he stops the white king from escaping. Can this be good? King on e2?
It definitely can be good. Whether it is good is a different question.
Is this good? King on e2?
Well, let's try make some moves like knight c6. I think now the pawn on e5 is hanging.
Yep.
I don't know whether rook d1, for instance, changes anything in that. I think I can still take on e5, right? And play like queen. No, I was thinking maybe knight c. And then bishop e5, queen e7. I can still do it, right?
Yeah.
So that's why he didn't bother trying. Just played bishop g2.
Now Anish could recapture. Of course, it's all based on this pin, either with queen e7 or also just takes. Okay.
I wonder if white is in damage limitation mode already, right? Maybe he wants to exchange queens at the end of this line.
Yeah, it's another question if you try to stop that.
And like rook
Here
hd1.
it's not too bad, yeah.
Yeah, black can probably fight for more by playing maybe knight e5, bishop e5, and maybe rook e8. Once again, queen f7 is probably less desirable than it looks because bishop d5, king f8. But we gotta watch out for those tricks. Yeah, sometimes they work, but not here.
Yeah, another good position for Anish Giri out of the opening, who must still be a little mad at himself for losing that last game.
Yeah,
he tends to be good, I would think. I'm not sure how true this statement is, but it's my impression that he's pretty good moving on to the next game after losing one.
I think most modern players are. I think this was a problem with my generation or my particular upbringing. We found it difficult to get over the game. And then when I started like working with new generation kids, like Karakin, I worked with him in 2000, when was it? 14, right? During the candidates, I was really impressed by his ability to just forget the game and go on with his life. And Fabi is not much worse. And I have a feeling Magnus Carlsen also, he doesn't seem to get much weaker after a disappointing game. And with the old school players like myself, sometimes it took us, months, years to recover, decades really.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a generational thing, like faster paced times, whatnot. Yeah, for example, Vichy, I would not be so sure if this hasn't just ruined his day. It was also a special game, of course, that masterpiece, which he then lost. That's hard to overcome, no?
I was just thinking, unlike most stunning masterpieces of our times, games by Vichy in general.
Many come to mind. No, Vichy Aronian is very high on my and everybody's list, the one who wins with black.
Yeah, the evergreen, yeah. But then there is the one which is maybe a bit less known. His game against Mickey Adams in St. Louis 2005, where he produced a completely new concept in the Zaitsev.
22 business.
Yeah, especially given the fact that Mickey was never a Zaitsev player, which means whatever he was not prepared for this line before the game. So he was playing it from like distant memory, and still he produced the most impeccable display. And I remember that even Mickey seemed almost like joyous at the end of the game when resigning, like happy to have been a part of this. This was an incredible thing.
What's going on here? Anand sacrificed a pawn, but got his pawn to f3.
I have a feeling black is doing well. Like I have a feeling white is stuck. Like maybe I can play knight f6 and then rook d8, bishop e6, and just develop my pieces. I don't see an easy plan for white.
Shuffle the horsey.
Well, then you would have one good horsey, but you would still have a problem with all your other pieces.
One good horse is all you need. That's what Mr. Dodgy told me.
Isn't it King Richard?
Not familiar.
Third. A horse, a kingdom for a horse, no?
You're speaking gibberish to me. Another sharp position. Anand going for it. Where shall we go?
Rook af1 and bishop d2. He is trying to hide his king on d1. Let's make some move. Yeah, let's say queen c7. I want to go knight f6, but I don't want to allow the queen exchange.
Looks nice for black now. King is stumbling all over the board. It's a long way from b1.
Yeah, I mean, he will have to go king d1, right? And now knight f6, for instance. Black will continue harassing the white queen. Queen c5. And maybe queen g3.
Yeah, it just feels very, very shaky.
Feels dangerous for white.
Instead, rook b8. It's too subtle for me. He wants b5, bishop b7. Still.
I think it does give white more time than he deserved.
Yeah.
If I may say so.
Should b7 is a threat, at least.
Maybe slightly awkward to defend against this, yeah?
Yeah. No, maybe it's smart. He's also preparing for the king's arrival here to maybe give it a warm welcome with b4.
Yeah.
Still nice.
I wonder if Jan is considering just playing king c1 now. And bishop b7, queen b7.
Bring back memories from
it already worked out for him once.
I doubt it would work out again, yeah.
So after b5, we need to find a smarter move. White's position is
Easier said than done.
Is still ugly. Like I want to go queen d3, but then the knight coming to c4, like knight g6, e5, and then knight c4 will be difficult to live with comfortably.
Yeah. No, it's just bad. King safety.
King safety and other issues.
Piece safety. Squares. All right. Mr. Maxi.
What happened here?
Why can't we take this? It's not checkmate.
Well, check bishop f1, yeah?
But why is this good for white? He's threatening this.
White is threatening two things, yeah? Queen c3 and queen takes b7. If we can find a clever way to defend against both of these threats, we'll be winning with black. So
how big of an if is that? I was thinking bishop f6.
Bishop f6 and queen b7, rook d8 comes to mind. And now white probably continues to harass black with queen b6.
That is annoying. Not the end of the world.
Now maybe bishop e6, for instance, queen takes a5.
Hope I blundered the rook, which is very possible.
And just hide it somewhere, like rook a1, yes.
Yeah, go away.
And after this, just push the d pawn all the way to glory.
Yeah. Once black stabilizes these pawns, shouldn't be so important. No? d4, there's back rank issues for white as well.
Yeah, it is easily possible. White could run into trouble here. I mean, why did the world champion have to do this, whatever he did to get here?
What happened? Queen b8 we saw, he went 95, ambitious. Takes and bishop d8. Smart.
It is possible, just like us, he missed bishop d8.
Yeah. I still don't understand what the big deal is, frankly, if I go rook e1, which he didn't do.
Bishop c7.
Queen f6.
Bishop e5.
No, bishop e5 works. It's like a block from behind. So close.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, speaking of so close, yeah, I was waiting for days to say this, but Game of Thrones was so close to being a good show.
You're such a hater. It's still a great show. It brought all of us 60 hours of joy. And then they rush the final season a little bit. Everybody quits on them.
A little bit.
Not on
a little bit. I just broke my heart.
Thank you, Benioff and Weiss, for all these hours of pleasure.
What about my broken heart, though?
Her heart was broken way before Game of Thrones was even thought of.
Oh, wow.
That might not be true. No, the guy's been working on it for a while. Is the last book coming out, by the way?
I don't know much about the books. Like the last season did it for me.
Whatever you think of the last season as just 6 action movies, have you seen better action movies?
Yes.
Okay. Me too.
Constantine.
It's very offbeat and very bad. It's very surprising. But yeah, Magnus, back to Magnus, queen to b4. That kind of been the attention, no? That looks like he's...
It looks like a bailout of sorts.
Bailout somehow, yeah.
Rook e6 looks like premature consolidation to me.
Looks too tight, no?
Looks like, doesn't look ambitious. But maybe it is the strongest way to do it, but just not very ambitious.
The point is if queen b7, bishop c6 defends everything nicely, and similarly here.
But maybe Leko thinks in long term, White's position is still a ruin.
Probably is, no? He has 2 clean rooks against the queen as targets. The white back rank can't really be defended against 2 rooks. So.
Yeah.
Is Leko outplaying the world champion back-to-back games?
Well, I mean, outplaying the world champion is just 10% of the job, right?
Of course, it's we're just getting started, but it's still remarkable. No, it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah. No, I just don't know, because the thing is, we don't have much experience in these positions. It's such an unusual
I don't
material
want any
balance.
experience here. It just looks bad for White.
You think, like, for instance, bishop e3 or h3, because you have to start conceding something, right? You cannot keep endless control.
Leko likes endless control, though. He's not going to give the a pawn for initiative. Maybe a4.
Yeah, but then bishop c4, White starts to show some teeth.
Yeah. So maybe we have to bring the rooks like Wu-Ting style.
Rook d1, queen a8 check.
So.
Oh, sorry. No, I just walked into this. For some reason, I missed this square.
I guess you need to go bishop e3 now to stop me from...
Yeah, bishop e3, but then like also bishop e4, something like this. Yeah, you start...
Yeah, start. Annoying. Now my king is no longer getting mate.
Yeah.
No, looks very unpleasant still.
He played a4. I mean, your call was right.
I know my boy.
He will not abandon his pawn. And maybe there is no annoying counterplay, because I thought bishop c4 looks like developing and annoying, but then rook d8 or even rook e4, I think is difficult to meet.
The rooks are just good, yeah? One takes the e-file, one takes the d-file. They're just better than the queen.
Well, there are 2 of them, eh? It's not even fair.
No, I'm not saying one is better than the queen, but together they are.
Difficult.
Wow.
He did play bishop c4. It almost looks like it could be tactically busted. I mean, first of all, your move rook d8 looks like a great way to start, no?
How bad can be, no?
We need to find a square for the queen, like queen a5 is always a good square. Because we cannot really go to f4, right? Because it would lose to some check and bishop e5.
Yeah. How am I opening myself up to countermates here?
Well, if queen a8 check, what do you do?
I don't know. I guess this guy maybe. Although I would like this guy to give a check. So maybe this guy.
Do you have winning threat in this position?
I have plans. I'm not sure they're winning. H4 could be.
Like, for instance, if I go, like, to keep it simple, like bishop b5, do you have a way to annoy me.
Depends how easily you are annoyed. Yeah, not sure. H4, G3, you're saying is not
G3.
exactly checkmate.
And then I get the Kramnik king, and nobody has ever mated the Kramnik king.
She got close last game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still work to be done.
He played Queen C1, yeah? He's guarding the back rank, which I guess understandable. It's easy for us to gamble with his back rank, but he's actually playing this game.
Typical Leko, yeah, everything's defended, except this bishop, but he'll get to that. All right, Leko keeps putting pressure. I briefly, if it's okay, wanted to switch to this because it looked exciting and winning for white.
What the hell happened here? No,
He followed my advice. He brought the knight.
No. But the plan was never to take on d6. Like, why would you abandon your bishop for this?
D4 is painful.
No, I'm upset. I'm upset.
No. He's just getting crushed yet?
Yeah, no, he did resign. Now this is... It's not good. It's not good.
Okay, it's understandable. That last game.
Yeah, last
took a
game.
toll, yeah?
It did shake him, right? It did shake him.
Yeah, Kramnik takes a 2-0 lead in the battle of the Legends of Legends.
Has anybody ever come back from a 2-0 score?
Stop insulting my boy Peter Svidler.
No, I actually meant this series of tournaments. Yeah.
I would guess not, actually.
I mean,
I can't think of one single case now.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi is sort of consolidated.
So he does now. He starts in trouble and hangs in now.
I think even some dexterity from black is required, because if like Queen C7, which is the most natural square, then Knight G5 is
threats checkmate.
That's somewhat troubling, you'd say, right? Maybe I have to go Queen E7 to keep this bishop protected. I mean, I wonder if black has anything but Knight G5 and H6. But now I can go take Queen E6 and take that knight. No, I actually wanted to take the queen.
You did, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then bishop D5, Queen D5, Knight D5. I wonder whether it's
plus equal.
Whether it's something, yeah.
Queen A5 plate.
So
what about the same?
Queen A5, Knight G5. Why is it not mate? Maybe he wants to go H6, yeah, nothing else, right?
Bishop G5, HG, you get mated eventually.
Rook
F6. Rook C8. But this is just losing, no? Come on.
This is a full-on tilt, yeah?
Queen H7, King F8, Knight E6.
Knight E6, F E6, Bishop G6 or something.
Nepomniachtchi is also not the type to double check, or as Grisha once explained to me, he's also not the type to single check.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
just blitzes out the moves here. He's probably right.
I mean, to be fair, this sort of moves I could also be capable of.
I understand, but you would still spend a minute probably to make sure that this
I would
wins.
definitely check.
Which it does, by the way, Rook H1, for example.
Or maybe Rook D.
You don't like this move?
I mean, this wins with checks, yeah, which is safer. I mean, I could also go Rook D7 and make next move, but yeah.
I understand. But here, Bishop F6, Rook F6, or King E7, Rook F7 is very fast mate.
What an unnecessary meltdown this was from a good position that he had.
I would assume, even though I just praised his mental resilience, that there was still some mild resident tilt from that last game? I don't know.
Now this is a full-on tilt. Yeah, Queen A5.
Here, we're not sure how bad it is, but this line you mentioned didn't look horrible, at least.
Yeah, just playable, yeah, somehow. But Queen A5, no.
So Giri is also down 2-0 to Nepomniachtchi. Will need a miracle to make it to the Armageddon, which the word implies is not safe either. Therefore, let's continue our tour. Peter Svidler against Boris Gelfand. By the way, great article today in the chess24 news section about Boris. I also covered him recently in this video series we did about all the legends participating here. Yeah, the most impressive fact that stuck with me was 27 years in the top 30 in a row. Yeah, we've covered all the other impressive stuff. Played a World Championship match at 43. Peak rating, I think, at 43, 2777. The article also chronicles, yeah, his longevity and his trust somehow that to keep working on chess will pay off eventually. And it very much did. So, kudos to Boris. How's his position?
Looks dangerous for Boris, because this is his classical case where opposite colored bishops will favor the attacker. And I think white has more chances to be the attacker here. Although black does have his own counterplay too. I might just need a bit longer to understand what's what and who's who.
G4 covers the pawn that was under attack, but also gives up on some mating constructions on the F file.
Yeah, now I wonder, like rook G8, what happens now? Rook takes G8, king G8, and maybe rook F6 is his plan. Because after rook G2, king F1, black would be overextended, right?
Yeah, no, it's hard to parry the checkmate.
So probably instead of rook G2, he would go like rook C8 or bishop F7.
Nietzsche?
Well, not immediately, right? Rook D6.
Nietzsche later. White still keeps some play. No. Take the pawn.
Maybe you have to use this time just to go king F7 to get out of mating nets. And I mean, I assume it's a draw. He played bishop G5. He has plans of his own.
He's sneaky.
The young man from St. Petersburg has his plans.
The up-and-comer. The 9-time Russian champion. Is it 8 or 9? I usually say it wrong. One of the two.
I think it is at least 8.
At least 8 for sure. It's
At
just a
least
question
8.
if it's 8 or 9.
8.5. It's a good middle ground.
It's not bad.
I don't know what's the trickiest way to play in this position. Rook F6, maybe I'm getting too imaginative.
That's what we call fancy play syndrome.
Yeah, but like rook F6, king G7 will not bring him any benefits. What happens after rook takes A7?
H6 maybe?
H6 must be it, yeah.
How bad can it be?
No, not bad at all. Not bad at all. No, black is probably not in trouble after rook G6. Maybe Peter will slowly concede the half a point, yeah.
Let's see if the world champion is...
At least he's not in any immediate danger now.
He exchanged the dark square bishops, which should help him because his king never gets checkmated anymore.
King is safe and the bishop on C6 is not dangerous for white.
How did he manage? Okay, just politely offered him.
Yes.
Oh, this has been great progress. Also, Leko was not in time to fix him here with H4. Argue it's equal now.
Yeah, I would think it's completely equal. The question is whether white, who has more time, will get optimistic, but there is really no way for him to play either, right?
No, Leko still has that Leko thing that every single thing is protected now, except for G6, but that he will spot.
That he better spot, right? Are they allowed to offer a draw?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going in one and only direction. I think this is.
Agreed.
I mean, this must have been a good chance for Leko. This game must have been a chance. It's not often that you get chances against Magnus, and when you get them, you have to take them.
Yeah, he's gotten a good chance probably twice in a row, but 2 draws. And I've heard that argument. I'm not sure if that applies to Leko necessarily, but that the longer these matches go, the better for the younger generation, because the legends, well, they're more prone to getting tired and they're a little less used to staring at the computer for such long times. I think there's truth to that. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not sure. Like from my own experience, I can tell you that the older generation, of which I am sadly also a member, does get tired towards the end of the tournament. That is beyond any doubt. I am not sure whether this is true for like a single given day, but it will definitely be true for a few days to come. It is it's surprising just how difficult chess is as a game. You don't even notice it, but somehow it does exhaust you because it is just so mentally demanding, right? And speaking of mentally demanding, Ivanchuk is really outplaying him once again. I mean, what is going on with Ding?
Ding Liren. What's happening? Also, we're not used to signs of weakness from Ding, no? Because for years, all we've seen is improvement, like the first thing that went wrong for him. And I'm sure there were many factors around COVID and quarantine and so on that he couldn't control. Really was this candidates tournament, no? Because throughout 2019, he just kept improving. 2018, the candidates, he was close already.
Yeah. No, the candidates was wrong. And what we see now is also something. Like it's difficult. It's difficult to imagine. Like you would almost say that he and Magnus are players of very comparable level, right? Ding and Magnus in general. Like last year, at some point when Ding Liren beat him in the tiebreaks in St. Louis, and in general, the way he was playing, you would say they are like at least they're on the same kind of level, general level. But I could never imagine this happening to Magnus, just losing so many games in a row. Yeah, it just could never happen to him. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it must be, as I said, must be something mental behind it, something that is not quite right with him. And I think maybe he's the one to be asked. Yeah, we can only speculate, and we just don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. There's a common talking point. You probably know this better than me. People are pointing out that Ding is not his first name. That is true. Ding is the family name. Liren is the first name. But I believe in Chinese culture, usually you mention the family name first, Ding Liren. And also in chess commentary, or I'm not sure, this I keep getting somewhat confused by. I think it's normal to refer to Ding only as Ding, but if the first name is shorter, I think it's a thing like you would never call Wang Hao just Wang, for example. Is that because there's many more Wangs, or also because the first name is shorter? Like Wei Yi, Wang Hao, those are...
Sounds very complicated. Also, from what I remember, Wang Hao is also a very typical combination of the first and last name.
Exactly.
So in China, you would still have to say something else, I guess, to indicate whom you're talking about.
Wang Hao is a former table tennis world champion, for example.
Exactly, yeah. And not, I mean, there are also other sportsmen with the same first and last name. So Wang Hao must be a very common name.
Anyway, it's correct. Ding is the family name. Liren is the first name. But in some cultures, actually, for example, in Hungary as well, if in Hungary you ask anybody about Peter Leko, they just look at you strangely. But then you say, no, Leko Peter. Then they understand who you're talking about.
Oh, wow, that's how it is.
Yeah, Leko Peter. Ivanchuk is just piece up, yeah?
He's a piece up, although sometimes you do get some technical problems with this type of piece up. There is only 3 against 2 if you exchange queens. Queens maybe favor Ivanchuk here because he can also generate some threats.
Hard to believe that it's not just winning. Bishop d4 was nice, stopping rook a1 and threatening bishop f6. King h8.
King h8, and now maybe is the time to look for some decisive measures. Still not that easy, right? I mean, there is this annoying pin.
Yeah, if you could go king h2, bishop d3, you'd feel better, but you have to break it first, which is what he's doing now. Okay, 3 rook e1.
Are you sure that bishop d3 is what he wants? Because bishop d3, and then king h8 will get into the territory of technically difficult ending.
With queens even? But no, I don't necessarily mean bishop d3, just freeing this bishop to do something, no?
Yeah, I like this better. Yeah, this is hands-on approach. Yeah.
Checkmating should work too. Bishop f6, if gf6, just rook e7, king g8, queen c8.
Yeah, it's actually nice. You can mate with checks.
Always useful.
Always safer.
Rook c2. I was going to ask, can we give the queen?
Rook e7 is fancy.
Sure, there are other ways, but this is plenty.
I mean,
good.
you could also go rook b7 check at the end and pick up a bigger piece.
I will defend this move.
Something else happened. He gave queen b6 check, queen d4.
It's time to resign.
It must be it, right?
Can't take because of the pin. And he does resign. Ivanchuk, just destroying Ding Liren, who remains not being himself.
Yeah, pudding Liren. I never found any schadenfreude in this when some player has a horrible event. I think they're just bad. Yeah, they're sad.
Also, Ding Liren in particular, I don't think there's a single Ding Liren hater. At least I haven't heard of one.
Well, I mean, you'd have to ask around in China, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I haven't heard anything.
So,
He looks like a nice guy.
yeah. Sionin is telling us Wang Hao revealed that Ding is extremely competitive. Even playing cards is very intense with him because Ding wants to win.
Yeah, now this is maybe true of many great sportsmen. Like, you don't want to play games like with a lot of them. They want to win. I mean, Garry Kasparov is one of them. Yeah.
I think there's two types. There's the type that wants to win at everything, and there's the type that only wants to win at what they're great at. Like Magnus, for example, wants to win at everything. I would assume Kasparov was like that as well.
Yeah.
Jordan is a very famous case who wanted to win at everything, cards, betting, and so on. I'm not sure. I would think that maybe guys like your boy Fabiano, I would assume he's relaxed. Have you played cards with him? Is that
No,
is that fair?
he's relaxed at games, as in like cards, or like you play back house.
Or
with
relaxed
him.
as in he doesn't want to win. Like
He doesn't mind. But with him, I mean, there are some things like if you, for instance, you play tennis with him, it's very difficult, or at least in the beginning, I found it difficult with him just to play the ball, right? He would try to beat you. Like, he still finds some pleasure in the competitive part of the game. Like, this is a bit, I mean, this is not me, for instance. Yeah, I could play the ball in tennis forever without counting points. I don't need this. But he does like to count his points and to beat you at the end.
Yeah. I don't know. My problem is I don't try very hard, but I still get annoyed when I lose. So it's the worst of both worlds. Like if you play a board game with the family or cards or something.
Oh, I love to lose in a board game. Like you make somebody
We
happy.
should play some point.
Yeah.
Let's bring in Tanya. Tanya, how are your board game or card game skills and ambitions? Do you get very competitive?
I am very competitive, and I think it's an occupational hazard with chess players. Just whatever they play, it's to win. I wish I was as good at it as competitive I am, but that's another story altogether, Jan. And before you two leave me, I've got a question that came up, and I think this is an interesting question, especially seeing how things went with Vishy in game 2 after what happened in round 1. And I think this is something that, Rustam, you were discussing about how the earlier generation struggled a lot more recovering from bad days than the younger generation. And this has been an experience with you working with some of the top players currently, as well as being one of the top players yourself. Let's bring that question up by Rohan. And Rohan wants to know, how can one bounce back after losing a game which you were completely dominating? How hard it is to bring back that focus after such disheartening defeat? And Jan and Rustam, do you think this is even a bigger challenge when the format is so demanding? There's such little time between the games. I know you said the earlier generation struggles more with it, but how can players improve that? And what can they do to find their form again?
You want to do this?
I got nothing.
I would say, first of all, yeah, it is hard. Definitely hard. It's a big part of our game, coping with losses. But it is also something that you necessarily get better at as you progress. As at some point, you lose a few more, you lose a dozen more. And at some point, you play chess for a lifetime, you will lose hundreds of games. And this is true for everyone, unless your name is Capablanca. And there, I mean, it comes naturally. And as far as the format is concerned, I think it can work for you and against you. The fact that there is a next game coming immediately can help you to forget the first game, or can deprive you of the time you need to recover between two games. So I guess this can be very individual. I think some players recover better in classical tournaments where they have a night between two games to calm down, to get some sleep. And some players recover better when they can immediately continue playing. I think it is very individual. But I think at the end of the day, it is very important to remind ourselves that it is, after all, a game. I mean, that's what my mother was telling me when I was a kid, and I never understood it. But I think there is some point to this. It's just a game, and a game that we play with passion and seriously, but it is still, we still have to remember it's not the end of the world.
Right. And Jan, what's your advice?
I still don't have much. I do agree that I think it's very individual character-wise. I know from Magnus, for example, and I think he said that as well, that he can very much tilt a whole day in a rapid or blitz event. Of course, he has a high level, but sometimes you see he has a day off. But I think he's very good recovering like overnight, what Rustam said. If you have like 2 hours to be mad at yourself, but then you kind of let it go and you're back to playing the next day, I think that's a skill many of these guys have. But you can't always use that skill if the breaks are like 5-10 minutes, because, okay, you're human, you ruin a masterpiece, which you then go on to lose. I think everyone needs like an hour or two to be mad at themselves and gain some perspective.
I think losing that kind of a game definitely shakes you up. And as you pointed out, there is no fixed way to get over it. Everyone's got their individual way. It can work a lot to your favor that you've got a game coming up, because a lot of us, when we're playing tournaments, we feel when we've lost a game, we kind of want to go back to the board. And the only thing that can heal a bad loss is actually winning a game. So it's, Rohan, it's a different way of dealing for different players. But I think I agree with Jan that this format, and if you've had a heavy loss like the one we saw with Vishy, it definitely shakes you up. And I think that had a lot of reverberations in round 2 of that match. The one player who definitely has the ability to keep coming back because there's really no other way to be in the very elite players of the world for 27 years is Boris Gelfand, as Jan calls him, the OG BG. I think the absolute phenomenal part of his career was when in 2009 he won the World Cup, and that qualified him for the 2011 candidates match. In the candidates match back in those days, you had to play mini matches against each of your opponent, knock them out, and then go to the next one. And that he beat Chris Chuk, a lot of great players playing in that tournament. Boris finished ahead of them, booked his spot for the 2012 World Championship match against Vichy, where in fact, he was the one to draw first blood in Game 7, a monumental moment for Boris Gelfand. And talking about comebacks, in round 8, Vichy came back with a very strong win. It was a miniature game. Definitely check that game out as well, where out of opening, Vichy was able to make a huge comeback. Eventually, the entire match went into tie breaks, and Boris lost very narrowly with a 2.5, 1.5 margin. He's been an elite player for 27 years. The longevity is unquestionable. Even Levon has spoken about it, that it is truly chess is in his blood, and it's really a passion for him, which is why he keeps improving and going on. I think I really want to, I've recommended this before, but I can't recommend it enough. Whenever you get some time, do watch Album 61. It is a documentary on the epic World Championship match that happened between Vichy and Gelfand. It's a must watch. Also, the 2 books of Boris Gelfand that I highly, highly recommend are Positional Decision Making and Dynamic Decision Making. In both these books, I think they're just extremely, extremely instructive. Boris is not only a great player, but a great trainer as well. He's worked with Dubov, he's worked with the Norwegian team, and his class is very clear when you go through what he's talking about. Talking about instructive players, you know, there are always these greats in the world whose games, when you watch, they're spectacular and sensational in style, but how much do you gain from them in your own chess is a different story. And I feel that there are players like Vladimir, Vichy Anand, Boris Gelfand, who not only are great players in the world, but their legacy goes beyond that because they're also extremely, extremely instructive. And we're going to play a short clip on Boris. He is our legend of the day. There's a great article on him with all details and amazing stories on chess24.com. Definitely check that out. We're going to play a short clip, and then I want to show you a cute little game that he played in Gibraltar. Let's get that clip up first.
We all know Boris, he's a super class player. He was actually the challenger for a World Championship match against Anand.
Let's take a look at this game. It's from the Gibraltar Masters between Boris Gelfand and Nitzan Steinberg. Not going to discuss the opening too much, but it was a Slav g3, and here White gives up the c4 pawn for play in the center. Bishop comes to g2, eyeing the long diagonal, e6, the knight jumps to e5, threatening c4, but also the c6 pawn. Black goes b5. It looks a little scary because The question is, why not knight c6? And of course, you don't take back on c6 because that would be disaster. But after knight c6, black's got options like queen c7 and queen b6. It looks scary, but really it isn't. Lots of games have been played here. After b5, Boris continues with a4, undermining the pawns on the queen side. Black goes knight d5. As we can see, a b5 was a threat. Also, this bishop pins the rook on the long diagonal, so knight d5 kind of unpins that. Continues with short castle. Steinberg continues with the development. Here, e4 is a normal regular move. Boris plays something that's a little offbeat, but equally strong. He goes for b3. The whole idea is to try and shatter the pawns on the queen side while black is still behind in development. White has sacrificed the pawn. After black took, white took the pawn on b5, takes on b5, queen b3, threatening the b5 pawn. a6 defends the b5 pawn. And now e4. A really nice idea by Boris. The whole question is, where does he find the compensation for the sacrificed pawn? And of course, as we can see in the position, black has still not finished his development. The castling is still not done. So white goes for a break in the center with d5. A really nice move. And of course, black does not want to really capture on d5 because then you just take it back. And after knight d5, it runs into a deadly pin along the d file. And after bishop d5, white can simply continue with queen e3, threatening horrendous discovered checks. And after a move like bishop e7, make black's life very difficult with a lot of pins. So the whole play around this game is with the idea of sacrificing a pawn for a lot of initiative in the center, as well as creating piece play. Here, bishop c5 was played, and Boris plays a very nice move, knight c4. We might wonder why not just take on e6 and win the pawn back. But after queen e6, again, it looks really scary for black. But in fact, after queen e7, black is doing fine. White should probably trade off the queens because the knight on e5 hangs, and then black's got no trouble at all. White plays the very thematic idea of knight c4, aiming to transfer the knight to a5, because this bishop is extremely strong along the long diagonal and forces black to move his bishop away from b7. After knight c4, it of course takes advantage of the fact that black is unable to take the knight due to the pin. So black in fact unpins the bishop. White goes knight a5 as initially planned, and black goes short castle. He has to castle at some point. It must be done right now. Boris continues with development, and this is one of the very nice things to learn from these masters, that how they play with all their pieces and continue to improve piece position, placing the bishop on the dark square diagonal. Black continued with queen b6, taking out the knight. Rook a7. The big question again is, of course, what is white's initiative against the sacrificed pawn? He's got this d5 pass pawn, which could technically become dangerous. And also, black still is behind in piece activity and development, with the bishop and knight still stuck on b8 and c8. Of course, white's rook is also defending the f2 pawn and can't really move right now, which is why he plays queen c2. The idea is to go knight b3 and push this bishop away from c5, and also try and get in a bishop on d4, taking advantage of black's last move, rook a7. Black trades on d5, and countering that idea, plays rook c7, eyeing a discovered attack on the queen, threatening a huge threat of bishop f2 on the board, winning the queen. Parrying that threat, Boris goes knight b3, attacking the bishop. Now, if you take on f2, white simply takes back with the queen. So Knightson played bishop to b4, and after queen d3, goes queen d6, blockading the d5 pawn. Boris continues, rook ac1. Another interesting, instructive moment. Trade off your opponent's active pieces. The rook on c7 is on an open file. You trade that off. Black continues with rook e8. Boris went h3, stopping threats like knight g4, and also creating a lift for the king. You never know when you might need that. After h6, he goes in for knight c6, putting pressure along b4, b8, and if you black took on c6 after rook c6, queen d8, Boris eventually shattered black's kingside with a trade on f6. Now, let's take some stock of what's going on here. So white's a pawn down, but this d6 pawn does look extremely scary, but it's still, black's still doing fine. He's got 2 bishops, and the d pawn can either be a weakness or it can be a strength. So let's see how the game continued. Nitson continued with bishop b7, putting pressure on the rook as well as the bishop. Boris falls back with the rook on c1. And now queen a8. Here, in fact, black could have taken on g2. Undoubtedly, black saw this line and was probably afraid of a move like d7, where you can't really move the rook along this file due to the threat of rook to c8. But after d7, black can simply fall back with the bishop. And in fact, these positions aren't worse for black in any case. Black's doing fine here, but it's kind of difficult to make these choices and assess these positions because the king is open as well. Here, Nitson decided to go queen a8 instead. After bishop b7, trades off the bishop, queen d4, a very nice move with a double attack on the bishop as well as the queen, as well as the pawn, defends on a5, and now d7. And rook d8. So the pawns reach d7, and I'm gonna give you guys 4 seconds to find out how white can actually finish off the game here and use the d7 pawn. All right, I hope some of you found it here, how Boris continued, and in fact, he did go for a very nice trick with rook c8. And of course, after rook c8, an intermediate queen g4 check. Black resigned, white picks up the rook next, and queens. I hope you found that little trick. And the reason I want to show this game is not because it was a brilliancy or something that is going to go down in history books, but I think it really demonstrates the point really well, which Boris talks about a lot in all his interviews, the concept of trying to always play with an idea and a plan in chess. He was extremely influenced by Akiba Rubinstein in his growing up years, and that basically means the concept of playing with almost like a thread. You know, you have a plan, and no matter what happens, you follow that plan without getting distracted, a single-minded approach to gameplay. In this game, from the very beginning, Boris had the initiative, and a big part of that initiative was the d pawn. There might have been better avenues, but Boris continued to play with the idea of how best he can utilize that. All right. And of course, for more information on everything OGBG, go on that article. Again, a reminder, we've got some cool legendary merch going on. There's a mug on sale. You can pick it up from our shop. I love it. It's not just this. We also have, I think, a Boris Gelfand t-shirt. So definitely check that out as well. Every day we'll be adding cool new merch for our legend of the day. Games are about to start. Let's quickly take a look at what is the point situation going into round 3 of today. All right, Anish having a disastrous day. He's down 0-2. I don't know if you guys noticed this on camera, but I felt like Jan was extremely happy and not really hiding his emotions when he won that game. You could see him clearly smiling, and yeah, I would love to ask him what that was about. Was he that pleased with his game, or did it have something to do with playing with Anish? Vishy against Vlad, down 2 points. I mean, I don't know what to say about this. We've spoken a lot about this, and Vishy had that both these players created a masterpiece in round 1, but definitely a loss that Vishy was not able to come back from. And I want to get up Shraddha's tweet right now about, let's try and bring that up. And as Shraddha put it, Vishy versus Kramnik match was so legendary, though the loss is hard to digest. But honestly, to witness such a game is a gift in itself. Too intense. I completely agree with you, Shraddha, and I think that's what brings me back to the whole point of the whole intensity of that game. And was Vishy really able to come back? I don't think so, because game 2 was really an all Vladimir Kramnik show. Let's get the pairings back up again. All right, really quickly, Leko against Magnus. Leko on the front foot in both his games against the world champion, but the world champion has survived both of them. Both were draws. Boris Gelfand, Peter Swidler, again, even would not be surprised if this goes into an Armageddon. Ding Liren against Vasil Ivanchuk. I'm not sure what's going on with Ding. Nobody is. Let's quickly get up what Ivan Sokolov had to say. Grandmaster Sokolov had a little tweet up. Something very strange happening with Ding Liren. Must be some outside chess problems. I have to say that I think I could believe that, Ivan. I think because this is just so unlike the world number 3. I mean, he's having a disastrous day today, as well as what happened in the last 2 games. And we do have with us Jan and Rustam to take us through the action. So over to you guys. I'll be back soon.
Thank you so much, Tanya.
Thank you.
We just had lift off. Anish Giri down 2-0 against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Rustam, you're a math expert. What's his equity right now in this match?
Well, not very high. Well, in a game with no draw. So if we imagine there are no draws in a game, like for instance backgammon, yeah, he would need to win the next game, the game after that, and the Armageddon. So with no draws, his equity would be 25%, 12.5%.
Okay.
With draws,
assuming he has like 50%
in every game, yeah. With draws, of course, the equity is still lower because any draw kills him also. So I would say it's in very low single digits.
Feels like, yeah, 5% maybe. Maybe that's
5% or less, yeah. So they're having some sort of a theoretical discussion, right? Because this structure I've seen before.
Yeah, very much so. I'm not sure where they deviated from that first game, but I can probably find out with this well-known technique to click on it. Same position, yeah?
Yes.
Let's see who wins that argument.
It is not very usual, right, to have this sort of lengthy theoretical discussions anymore in rapid chess.
Not anymore, no, because openings change pretty much every game.
Yeah.
I think more common the game plan, especially with white, is okay, I can play this random line in 1d4 and this random line in 1c4, and that gets me 2 games. No, like,
yes,
to go for it is, yeah, it's different.
Especially in a must-win, people habitually avoid theoretical lines. Although when you need to win 2 games, it no longer feels must-win. Yeah, it just feels a bit desperate, right? Yeah, like hoping for a miracle, nothing else.
No, and also with their particular dynamic, normally, I think Anish considers himself the stronger theoretician, and he tries to catch him in very direct debates. No? So it's in his style. All right, so there's that. We have the other 2-0 boy, Vladimir Kramnik, where Vichy needs the 3 victories in a row. This is a well-known theoretical position. I covered it in my Chessable series. You played it at least once against Erwin Lamy, probably more than that.
Yeah.
So it's one of the big starting tabias of the Italian these days, no?
Yeah, I found it most confusing, this position, because I looked at it more than once, and I still struggle to understand where to put pieces with white.
Also with black, the computer doesn't help you, because it will tell you 97, 013, rook e8, rook d8, any move, 013.
Yes.
It's so hard to figure out what goes where.
Yeah, there is certain undeniable complexity to the simple position.
It's very confusing. I spent, also for my standards, a long time on it, and I can't say I grasp the subtleties. Also, often there's this question, should you play b5 if this knight goes away from here or not? I think Kramnik is in general pro b5. I didn't like it that much. It's very complicated.
Yeah, no, I noticed that even Grishuk got into almost immediate trouble playing this position with black.
Yeah, after knight c4, he got out prepared by Nepomniachtchi.
Yes. It happened so fast, and his troubles were beyond salvation very quickly.
We'll see how it goes. D5. No, many options. Rook B1, Bishop B2, Bishop A3 always themes. Bishop E3.
Sometimes even
very
Rook
much
A2, right?
exists.
To put it on a protected square and this sort of things.
There are also these lines with Bishop E3 when you have a choice between takes, which is the main line, and D4 and more forcing options. There's a lot of stuff here.
Yeah.
Anyway. Sorry,
yeah, I think against Erwin Lamy at some point I ended up having the knight on G3, and I regretted this because I thought this knight really does not belong on G3. It does absolutely nothing there. I missed this knight badly in the game.
Vichy goes Bishop E3, and I'm curious. Bishop takes E3 is the solid move. D4 is a way to try to force a draw, move by move. I gave both in my series, which is why I know something about this. I decided to make Bishop E3 the main line because D4 you have to know a lot of stuff and then hold some slightly worse end games, which in computer correspondence chess D4 is just a draw, but in practice I wasn't such a big fan of it.
Yeah, this looks vaguely familiar. I think there were games with it, right? It must have been.
All right, moving on to hopefully more exciting positions. Magnus Carlsen plays the triangle against Leko. Leko does not pick up the gauntlet, does not go for E4 here, the so-called martial attack. But they transpose to whatever you want to call this. Maran, Queen C2, anti-Maran?
Anti-Maran, yeah, I think, yeah.
Here, black, of course, has a wide choice of systems. Castle followed by E5 is very solid. This setup, I'm wondering about the move order, but I guess it doesn't matter so much. He takes on C4 and goes B5, B4 castles. But now castles once the bishop commits to E2. I guess some subtleties here.
Yes, no, I also noticed this recently. Some theory evolved around not castling.
Ding also started doing
and playing like knight E4 early. I mean, there are some tactical finesses. I mean, I remember the days when working for Vichy, I would analyze this type of positions day and night for months on end, but not anymore. It's also not that big anymore, right? Like theoretically.
It's less of a debate than it used to be. This was the absolute main position whenever 10, 12, 15 years ago.
Yes.
But nowadays, I think, yeah, because black has more than one solution as well. There's E5 is there and so on. It's a little less in the limelight. Anyway, all of this I'm no longer familiar with. Bishop E7, 98.
Me neither. It feels like black has been going back, no? A bit. Like he lost some time.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out A4. Very typical. If you had one more move, you'd be fine if you could play Bishop B7 and C4, but
yeah,
we can't.
This one feels tactically dangerous for black. Like you will probably have to take on D5, but then you have to watch out for Rook D1, D6. You have to watch out for all sorts of things. Bishop F4, yeah.
Yeah, interesting stuff. And as usual, Peter Leko, incredibly well prepared. We've mentioned that. Even though he no longer plays top tournaments, he still very much has a top tournament repertoire.
Yeah, Bishop B7, I was wondering if I can just take on B5 and take on A8, take on B5.
I guess we take, I don't know actually, let's try this.
Bishop takes B5. And somehow black is all right, right?
Depends, nobody have to create a threat very, very quickly. If not, it's equal.
Rook E1, knight D5. I mean, black is slightly discoordinated, but maybe not enough, right? Like Bishop G5 now.
Feels like I should stabilize. No, barely.
Take, knight F6, and Queen takes C5, Bishop G2. Yeah, I mean, I was close.
Yeah,
but I didn't.
No, not forced, but just to get a feel. Yeah. Leko blitzes out Rook D1. You might still know. Covers the pawn and prepares D6. Some C4 could get sharp, but maybe it's just bad. D6,
Well,
bishop f6.
I don't know. I mean, d6 does not feel like a decisive threat yet.
This feels double-edged.
I would feel maybe the idea is more like knight d4 or something of the kind. This feels tactically very heavy. Like you could lose this with black in a few moves if it doesn't go right for you.
Take the pawn.
Knight f5. Oh, AB.
I might lose this in a few moves.
Oh, I did tell you.
Should have mentioned. But yeah, I agree. This looks very shaky. Just trying to keep the face here. But yeah, BA or whatever.
Yeah, no, the c4 is dangerous. And otherwise, the pawn is hanging. d6 is a possibility. The world champion has been out prepared. Also, you never know. Yeah, this might be known, or this might be some deep analytical work by Leko.
We don't know.
We'll not find out.
Apparently, I said triangle, and it's triangle. I apologize. My first language is German. That's triangle. So sometimes these things creep in. But I'm deeply sorry. It's a triangle.
Your last name suggests the Scandinavian descent, right? What's your story?
I don't know. No one ever told me. I think, and I constantly get this wrong, and my mom gets upset at me. I think it's a Swedish great-grandfather or great-grandmother. I don't know. I didn't meet them. But yeah, my parents are German. I was born in Germany, so it's I'm German. It's just a name from some generations ago. These guys also continue their theoretical debate, no? Like Giri and Nepomniachtchi.
Yes, but this time Boris castled short.
Oh yeah, he deviated. No, I think Svidler deviated. Svidler played a5 last game.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, and now he starts with castles.
A5 used to be considered important.
It's considered accurate, yeah. Maybe Peter just wanted to switch it up to avoid the improvement, or he was unhappy with what he got in the game before.
But Gelfand still seems prepared, although what they got now is very double-edged. It looks optically very nice, but can still go either way, really.
There's a question I can maybe address quickly. There's a question, Jan, why wasn't Judith invited? How do you know she wasn't invited is my first question. In general, assume that the biggest legends of chess have been invited. But the good news is, even though it's sad news in a way, because Rustem won't stay with us the whole tournament, he will be here until the 27th. But then I believe from the 29th on, Judith Polgar will be doing commentary. So you will see more of her. But in general, you can assume that Judith and other legends have been asked to partake in this tournament as well. So we're glad to have her, at least in the commentary booth. Is Peter getting checkmated? What's going on?
Well, he will have the resource of putting his horsey on f8, after which f6 will create further problems for him. It is looking dangerous.
Yeah.
And he's got to show for it the potential weakness of the pawn c4. I mean, it looks dangerous for black, but I wouldn't call it a day yet. Yeah, I think a lot of things can still go wrong for white when conducting the attack.
See, I know my Kramnik, by the way. He goes for the super forcing line. This has all been played in, I think, Giri Aronian, and also a couple of whatever it was, computer correspondence, something games. Black holds, but he has to be extremely precise. And I'm wondering if a5 was not what Kramnik expected.
So what happens after rook eb8?
I'm not sure. I've I'm almost certain this position has been seen before in this game, but a5, I'm not sure if that's the move.
Yeah, rook b8, and now I think I would have to go like queen e7, right?
Yeah. Queen b4.
Rook d8 check.
Oh!
Why do you think I played queen e7?
Ugh, that trick. I and many others have blundered this trick so many times. Ugh. It's beautiful. Or it's more embarrassing than beautiful, but still worth knowing. Oh. Okay, next try. Rook b4.
Yes. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. I know, I want to attack your king.
Ugh. More bad news.
But I don't see how. Like, I know knight g3, but I will not be in time, right, to create threats. What if I just take your pawn?
Which pawn? This pawn?
Queen e5, yeah.
I was hoping to take your queen.
Yeah, this should work nicely, yeah?
Feels like I'm active enough to do something.
Also, maybe you could just immediately take rook takes e4 and...
You and your crazy tactics.
Like, take on e4 and then take on d1.
Yeah.
There are, I think, undeniable drawing tendencies here.
Yeah. No, I did spend time checking all this. Doesn't stop me from wondering rook d8. But yeah, I think Kramnik knows what he's doing here. What haven't we seen? Ding versus Ivanchuk. And in order to explain what's going on, not only here, but also in the world, we're being joined by another legend, 3-time Blitz World Champion, a man who is also a gifted rapper. Alexander Grishuk is here with us. What's going on?
Yeah, hi guys. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, today we have two matches where the score is 2-0. I think it didn't happen on the previous days, right?
Correct.
So it will be difficult for those two players, but in 3 other matches, it's still anyone's game. And I see that Peter Leko is launching some amazing preparation in this game. He still has 14 minutes, and Magnus has only 2. And at the beginning, it was like Magnus was prepared. He blitzed out knight e8, which is not the move you can make. I mean, to play knight g5, bishop e7, e4, knight e8 quickly, it means it's preparation. But it didn't caught Peter off guard, and he's still blitzing. It's unbelievable. I'm not sure if it's some games or what is this.
Generally, it's maybe the surprise of the day so far that Leko, he's put a lot of pressure on Magnus in the match, no? In both game 1, game 2, and now once again, he's playing quickly.
Yeah, actually, I see that knight e8 is a novelty, so it's amazing he's blitzing out all this. And knowing Peter, he would not play so fast if it was not preparation.
He knows. Now he started taking time.
So it means maybe Magnus played not first line move.
Sounds likely.
But I guess he will go bishop e3. Yeah, and now what? Now, if queen take d6, I guess there is knight take b5. And if queen c6, bishop f3. So I don't know, after bishop e3. Okay, so he played it.
We do. Knight e5.
Knight e5. So the point is that now if knight take b5, queen c6, there is no bishop f3. So very nice tactical idea by Magnus. And now I don't know what's going on. Any ideas?
This can also go. This can go wrong for white, also, right?
Maybe bishop f1. Maybe bishop f1.
And
Covering g2.
And if knight g4?
No, yeah. But then what is white supposed to do? Just, I don't, do you see some promising move?
Not yet.
d7.
Yeah, I was also thinking d7, but it looks more cute than everything
it looks
else.
very random. We can't move the knight because it's met by queen c6. So what are the options?
And I guess bishop f1 would be very strong if, let's say, white had h3 already played. Because then knight take b5 is a threat finally, and if queen d6, knight b5, then knight d6 or something, depending on where you move your queen.
If you start with h3, then queen d6 works though, right?
Yeah, I think he just wants queen d6 because knight b5, queen c6 always. So,
no, he's resourceful, that Carlsen character.
How clear is knight f5, queen c6, bishop f1?
And if check, you
check,
can
I
just
have
go.
king h1.
Okay, so that looks like that's what white should play.
If I go here, let's say.
Yeah,
No, let's say I start with a check, yeah. But white is pressing. He can, let's say, take and play knight d5 if he wants.
Now the endgame feels promising for white, right?
Fair. All right, let's see what Peter does. He's now catching up on the clock very quickly, down to 8 minutes. It's often the case, no? Even if you out-prepare your opponent, then the position is so complicated that you catch up quickly on the clock once you have to start thinking.
I think 15 minutes, they disappear very quickly. They feel like a lot when you have 15 and your opponent has 5, but once you start thinking, they disappear like crazy. I mean, Dingliren finally has a good position.
It was about time.
But he had very good position in game 1, yeah? And it didn't help him much.
It's true.
I think he was more winning in game 1 than he is now.
Because this is maybe not clear yet, like knight c5, I thought he would take and then play queen f2 check.
Yeah,
I thought this was a possibility. Take, queen f2 check, and then knight c5 with tempo. Didn't look entirely implausible. And then queen takes g2.
Okay, just making moves here. I guess white is better now.
Maybe white is a bit better, yeah. But he played knight c5 and
CB.
it just looks lost.
Probably is.
Yeah, judging by this thermometer, it's completely lost.
Maybe he wants take, rook c8 and king h7, but this cannot really work, can it? And I thought maybe even rook c5, no? Consolidate.
Rook h8, no?
Oh, check, this is nice, yeah.
That's very pretty. Everything covered. It's nice.
Yeah, I mean, something similar happened in their game, yeah? Some rooks.
Eventually resigned.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know why would you play such a line, especially +1 in the match.
Yeah,
was
this
asking for trouble, yeah?
This is a very dangerous line in the best of times.
Also, it's kind of, known that this is a very, very, as you say, dangerous thing.
This was a state of theory 10 years ago, but it didn't change, yeah?
I don't think so. Zasha, do you see this first game between Anand and Kramnik?
Yeah, it was a bit shocking. Yeah, I feel bad for Vichy. I mean, all 3 matches. First match, okay, he lost because of huge blunder. Second, he also had the equal match with Magnus and lost. And now he's down to 0. Losing completely winning position in game 1. I think maybe the players we have on the screens, their game is very interesting. Gelfand, because Gelfand had huge attack, but now it's not so clear. Maybe he's worse.
His bishop belongs on d5, doesn't it?
How's it gonna get to where it belongs?
It's probably not. I mean, now black can even go rook b1, right? And
yeah, I think white will have to play bishop c1, yeah, to have any hopes.
now I can even consider things, right? Like rook c1 and knight e6, knight gf4. Maybe not necessary, but it's still pretty.
So cultured.
But it's probably not necessary, yeah.
The thing with knight e6 is that now if I play rook h3, you will go back to a fake.
I'll have to go back, yeah. This is probably not great, yeah. No, I should probably go knight f4 right away, right?
Yeah. Right away or after?
No, I mean rook c1, knight f4, and then force your queen to move. In fact, it just wins the... I know it doesn't. Yeah, queen check, king g8. No, I would say black has a huge compensation for the exchange here.
I'm reading that Svidler is winning now. Not sure how.
Maybe according to computer. But...
Maybe just rook takes a2. Can I just take your pawns?
You're saying this is not much of a threat.
I was wondering because if I take twice, it seems to me that rook b1 is a nuisance for you to deal with.
Very possible.
Yeah, I guess Boris would play something like h4 or check first and h4. I mean, instead of taking on f7, because I think...
And rook b2, bishop h3 is not really the end of the world, right?
No, I guess like objectively it's maybe the end of the world, but in the game, I think anything can happen. So, hard to say.
Yeah, still anything can happen in this game, right?
Yeah. In Leko Carlsen, something similar to what we saw happen. Knight e5, he went knight f5 directly, queen 6, bishop f1, and king h8. Magnus started with, not any knight f3 business. Still knight to e7.
And now it's a pity white doesn't have rook on a3, because otherwise there would be some queen take h7 checkmates.
Maybe something to watch out in this game, yeah? Could still happen.
Yeah, I'm trying to construct it, but it's not so easy.
No, like maybe queen d7, bishop c5. No, we just start slowly. Queen d7, bishop c5. The problem is that from d7, queen controls h3. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I went to e8, but it wasn't the most natural move.
But maybe still it's a nice position for white. Yeah, well, we did it.
That's a marvelous job.
Hard work. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful idea.
So he did play queen d7, right?
So we are on the way.
Bishop c5 needed either way. Also covers the stuff.
Yeah, and it's nice construction that bishop, you cannot attack this bishop on c5.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, but it will be a sacrifice. Actually, I'm not sure what should black do here. Maybe some...
Make some fake active moves like queen g4.
Yeah, but queen g4, h3, let's say.
Well, knight f3, queen takes h3, no? And take your queen back.
I want a queen f4. Yeah.
A queen f4 is kind of nasty. Oh my god, that's so nasty.
Yes. So queen g4, maybe. And
I think you have to go king h1, right? Well, have to is strong, but you can go king h1.
Feels classy.
Yeah, but then you have knight d3 always.
Knight d3, f3, or am I losing touch?
Queen h5.
Yeah, it gets very messy. Yeah, yeah. Something else happened in that game. Yeah, he played knight d5 instead of bishop c5.
No messing around.
So he goes for exchange.
Is this an exchange sacrifice?
But now there is queen b8 maybe.
Wow.
But then you don't take, yeah? Then you make some move. Like h3 maybe.
Just so I get it, if you take knight g4 is your trick, yeah?
Yeah, the idea was... Here I'm more than...
Yeah, he did play queen b8. So now the question is if white plays h3.
Is a big threat, rook a7?
No, rook a7, knight b5.
You'll have to sacrifice this exchange somehow, right?
I don't see how to save it.
I mean, Leko could be just winning here, like objectively.
And we got company, guys. We are being joined by Vladimir Kramnik, who won his match against Vishy Anand. Vladimir, congratulations.
Won one match.
We can't hear you yet.
You can hear me.
Now it's that.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it was a funny game, the first game, yeah.
Yeah, before we hand you over to Tanya, tell us very briefly, how did you feel in all this drama after bishop g6, knight f5?
Bishop g6, yeah, knight f5 I missed already, of course, and then knight g6, that knight h4 is threatening, I missed. I guess I was lost, yeah, at some point, I'm pretty sure should be lost, but strangely enough, maybe it was more or less okay before. I mean, here it should be losing, but somehow by miracle I had this knight c3, knight d4, but I don't believe it can save, yeah? I mean, must be a win here somehow. So rook a1, check, yes, king f2, check. Yeah, I mean, king e3, knight c2, check. I don't know if I'm wrong, but knight c2, king f4, knight a1 all of a sudden, and I have this check on f2, yeah. But I'm sure it was lost at some point. And here, then after rook a1, check king f2, king g3, I don't know, at least I saw that I can get my knight to g6. And somehow it's quite tricky here. I don't know, maybe it's already not lost. I really don't know. We had no time, so I was just making only moves. Then I was for sure winning, yeah, at some point. Check, check, yes, king e3, c3 here. No, I should have played knight e6, knight e6. I thought there was a win, rook g6, d4 check. What, king e4, I mean c2, it should be winning. Yeah, I was calculating rook takes c6, c1 queen, queen e3 check, king d5 only move. Must be mate. Rook b5 check, king c4, queen b3 check, king d4. And I had no time left, so but I'm sure it's mate, yeah? Probably.
Rook b4? Yeah,
Queen at least, no?
Rook b4, queen b4 at least, yeah.
But then take and you win a rook, but you win rook.
Yeah, but maybe it's mate with queen d5, rook b3 somehow. But I just had seconds, and then all of a sudden must be mate here somehow. Yeah,
you can win the queen, no?
Yeah, but king e4 maybe back, king e4 somehow. I mean, it's no, but must be mate, I guess. Yeah, but then I had seconds, and I did something wrong, and then it was, I don't know. I thought it should be winning. I missed king f3, of course, completely. And here, what was happening? Rook g8, yeah. I mean, knight d7, and he played some very strong move, knight f5. Yeah, because now the problem is, I mean, rook e5, I didn't have time to calculate rook e5. Knight d4, rook e4 check, king goes, rook takes d4. Probably it's winning, yeah? But I'm not completely sure. I was not totally sure because maybe. But then what I did was, no, because c2, I thought his idea is knight e7 here. Knight e3, I totally missed. But I guess d is winning, yeah, most probably. I mean, e6, g1 queen, but ed, I mean, I somehow, it's, or maybe even rook c8 check, yeah, maybe there is some rook c8 check, no? Instead of ed. Instead of ed. Some funny tactics, yeah? No, but it's but then somehow I'm not sure at all if I was winning. I mean, he blundered, yeah, queen g2, but then
well, there was a big moment here where I think the computer bar was all over the place. After queen d2, he had knight f4, so I think the computer disliked queen d2, and then after king g6, you're winning again. Knight
f4. This I missed it. Maybe knight c5 somehow, just to.
Yeah.
e7 or what?
Drama continues.
I don't know, rook b8 check, king a7 or something.
Anyway, that was quite an enjoyable game.
Quite, yeah. With a lot
to see, and yeah, congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Effort.
But then second game was also interesting, but somehow I thought it was quite unclear, and then somehow it started to. Everything started to go my way. I don't know how, but I was not sure the position with this knight on h4, bishop on f1. But
get there in a second. We just have to update people on what's going on in the current games. Peter Svidler wins with black against Boris Gelfand. Attack didn't break through. Have you seen the Leko Carlsen position? What do you think?
I haven't seen a single game. I have barely seen my game.
Fair enough. You can see it now.
Okay. And what is the score in the match?
It's tight, 1-1.
Oh, I mean, white is better, yeah. But I believe Magnus will. After, rook e1, knight f3 check, some tricks, Must be winning, of course, for white, normally. But not so much time left, who knows. Rook e1, knight f3, queen f3, this?
Oh, sorry. Rook e1, knight f3.
Queen f3 takes, bishop c4, bishop b2, everything works. This seems to be a draw.
That happened, rook e1, knight f3.
Yeah, then it's maybe a draw, yeah. Takes. Yeah, bishop c4, bishop takes, yeah, rook b1 takes, rook b2, it should be a draw, yeah. Yeah, bishop b2.
Magnus
Rook b1 probably, yeah. But black is not worse. Yeah.
No, I think he just blundered knight f3 check because you would never go for this from the position you had.
Yeah, probably.
I think here lots of good moves like bishop c3, for example, just to avoid the blunder.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. No, okay, black is fighting then somehow. Rook c8. Yeah, I mean, it's not totally lost. Yeah, it just.
No, but then rook e1. Then
rook e1 you want. Yeah, well, some kind of small drawing chances, but must be bad. Yeah.
No, yes, but it's much worse, and now it's just.
Rook e1, rook c5 somehow. Yeah, but it's bad.
I think white will definitely not win, and maybe he will lose.
No, it must
is Magnus trying to win now? Unlikely. Yeah?
Well, not really. I think it's still white who is nominally. Well, very nominally, just a draw.
Yeah. Draw. Rook b3. Anish Giri, who's down to 0. Probably not winning this one, question mark?
Well, if he puts his bishop on c4, there must be chances, right? And the rook ending, I'm not so sure.
No, a few chances. Not king f4, rook g5 check. I mean, such a powerful knight on d4. I don't believe white can really win. But yeah, some small chances. And first of all, I don't know if rook e5 is not just a draw, yeah? I mean, if you just change... I mean, first this, bishop c4, check, rook e5 or something, I don't know. If you just change rook simply, is it... or without check? Oh, it must be a simple draw somehow. Oh, here at least rook h3 maybe, but then knight f3.
Yeah, he started with rook e5, same idea.
Yeah, same idea, but I saw them check. Because b3 is hanging, of course. Yeah. Okay. No, it's a draw.
All right. Looks like we're headed for 2 draws, so let's get back to your match against Vishy in game 2. Fine position looked nice on the way. How was it?
It looks quite nice, but frankly, a few moves ago, I thought it could be me who will get mated. Yeah. Somehow it was hard to believe I will mate in few moves, you know, with my knight on h4 and bishop on f1. But I didn't like this rook f8, rook d8, bishop f8 plan. I thought, I mean, I don't know what is this position. Very unbalanced, yeah, because of course he gets his something on d4. I mean, my pieces are cut, but it's not easy to get. Yeah? And what did I do? Knight c3. I thought he should have played like bishop e6 and let my knight to d6, maybe even no, like bishop e6. I think this is, yeah, well, maybe even give up exchange on d6, or like I thought queen h5, knight d6 and b6, something like this. I don't know. I mean, at least my pieces are kind of, yeah, I don't know, b6 or something, because, well, we should play, I believe, for initiative somehow, yeah. I don't know, maybe something else, but rook d8, bishop f8 I didn't like, because of course my main idea is to get d4 at some point, just to open my bishop on f1. Not sure this is so good for black, but at least it's a way to play. So because, I mean, once I got this bishop f8, queen c1, this, I mean, this looks pretty bad, because, I mean, a6 probably is also not the good move, but yeah, here it's already clear, yeah. I mean, white is just, yeah, d4. Yeah, I didn't see any defense after d4 already. Looks like it's just gone, ed, bishop f4. So knight d4, now it's, yeah, I don't know, knight d4, maybe c5 was also strong, but I thought bishop d4, I calculated this ed, queen f4, looks very forced, queen c7, c5, yeah, queen c5, rook c1 at minimum, so rook c6, check, yeah, now with king h8, rook e8, I thought, looks good. Yes. And king f8, yes, maybe good moves. I thought rook e5 was the same, just double. I mean, he's in 6-1 and on top of everything. Yeah. No, so this was a... yeah, but I guess Vichy was difficult after the first game. It was difficult to get back to his senses. I mean, yeah, and then the third game, I think it was theory. Even I think I played it myself, but I haven't played chess for a while, so I couldn't really remember what was going on. I thought it was a line where black is making a draw with accurate play, but a5, maybe I should have gone rook a b8, yeah? After a5.
I also can't recall. This far I know this is Giri Aronian and some other games. Maybe you also had one.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I saw
drawn,
those.
but I'm not trying to get there.
But I thought it was a draw with accurate play. But a5, I mean, maybe rook a b8 was more accurate because queen a6, queen b4, and then e4 is hanging somehow. But I was a bit concerned about some knight g3 and giving up the a pawn and knight to f5. But I don't really believe in it. Also because I have, yeah, but I played rook eb8, queen c7 I missed completely, but okay, takes, maybe knight takes c4. I didn't want to calculate because I was sure I would miscalculate something. I thought maybe knight takes c4 works, but because queen b4 there were some small issues. Yeah, queen, I think I took, yeah, queen b4, knight g3 instead. Yeah, rook b7 takes, rook b5, queen f4. Yeah, now just in case knight h5, because I was not sure. Rook e8 I wanted to play first, but then some knight f5. I thought knight f5, and now you need to calculate variations, and this is bad news, yeah?
Just a brief update for everyone. The two games have ended in draws, both Leko, Carlsen and Giri Nepomniachtchi. That means Nepomniachtchi wins the match against Anish Giri. And Carlsen Leko remains tight.
You can invite him. It will be much more entertaining, I guess. Yeah, here knight h5. Actually, there were some couple of small issues still. Takes. I thought rook e3, rook a5. All of a sudden, rook d3 maybe immediately instead of rook g3. Rook d3 was a small issue. Well, I don't think it changes much. Yeah, maybe still queen b8. But my rook on a5 is a little bit worse than on g5. But of course it must be a draw. Yeah, I mean, just that my rook is a bit. But then, I mean, queen b8, somehow I thought I made a couple of accurate moves and then it was a draw, yeah, at the end of the day.
Yeah. Anyway, congratulations, especially that game one, and the tactics and counter tactics had us sweating here. We'll hand over to Tanya to maybe make you sweat.
I would correct you. I would say probably blunders and counter blunders.
Yeah, it was fun to watch. Of course.
Yeah, that's true. It was fun to play.
It was great fun.
Vlad, congratulations on that match win.
Thank you.
Today was just all about your match against Vichy on social media. Everywhere people were talking about this epic matchup.
Yeah.
You've covered the games for us and told us your thoughts, but I just wanted to ask a couple of more questions about what was going on, not exactly on the board, but more in your mind, because when we were watching the live broadcast and that moment when Vichy went in game one with the construction of bishop g6 and knight f5. It was a beautiful idea that he played with the concept of promoting the pawns. You were better in the game, but then this happened. We were watching you on the camera, Vlad, and you know, you weren't exactly shaking your head, or it didn't look like you were very upset, but in fact, it looked as if you yourself were quite, you know, admiring the beauty of chess. You looked extremely calm. Tell us what was happening then.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is that I couldn't, I mean, it was clear to me that there is counterplay. I mean, there are lots of tricks possible with these pawns. I mean, I didn't see exactly how. I was more calculating trying to get bishop on g8 instead of g6. I thought I was in time, but I mean, I didn't see how is he going to trick me, but I felt there is a chance, yeah, because it's very tricky position. And knight f5 I missed. It's quite beautiful. I mean, yeah. Then I missed knight d6 because I thought I had this strange defensive idea with my king, but I missed. I mean, not knight d6, but that knight h4 is a threat. And then I was just lucky that that I have this G5 move, which is not losing immediately at least, and then somehow it's probably lost, but okay, at least it's not completely trivial, yeah. But the game is interesting. I mean, in French, in this kind of setups, you never know, yeah, who is first. I mean, who is going to promote his pawn first. So it's a very sharp game, and yeah, I had a feeling I was doing fine at some point. Not sure about the opening, but at some point I was doing fine, I thought. But then something went wrong. I don't know what. I mean, have to analyze the game, which I'm not sure I'm going to do.
That when you're in such a situation, you know, there's not that much time on the clock, and it's completely a wild position. How are you focusing on the evaluation at all, or is it just thinking move by move? How were you evaluating your position around the time of this bishop g6, knight f5? Did you think you were in trouble, or did you still feel that you had tricks going on?
No, I was sure I'm in trouble, even if objectively Blake is fine, probably. But I mean, you know, in such positions, I'm always in trouble because you need to calculate, and that's for me a trouble, yeah? That you need to start calculating variations. That's not my cup of tea, you know? I mean, so that's why, I mean, I was not sure what is the objective assessment. No, but I saw bishop g6, but I thought there was not so many threats. I mean, bishop e8, yes, I mean, knight b3, and I played knight b3 first. I mean, rook, maybe rook e1, maybe I should have, I was not sure if I could take on c3 and then come back with my rook, but it doesn't look so good. Knight c3, bishop f7, and like rook a2. But this f pawn is dangerous. I mean, my pawn is also dangerous, yeah. I mean, my c pawn. So maybe that was okay. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's just very difficult to understand what is going on, yeah. Maybe knight f5 again or something. I have no idea. But then check on it too. Or maybe I should have done this, but yes, I missed knight f5, obviously. I mean, bishop e8, I thought that we should want some bishop h5 and then knight h2, but it's far too slow. Knight f5 was annoying. And then no, maybe knight takes c3. Maybe knight takes c3. I mean, I wanted to do it, but then check in c6 and then bishop takes f7 all of a sudden. Because knight e8, I was not sure, but I started to not, yeah, because knight e8, I thought I can maybe check on it too, yeah.
I mean, we saw these lines. It's still quite complex, but...
Yeah, because I have some rook e4, rook f4 sometimes. I mean, I don't know, it's rook e3 maybe. It's just such a mess, yeah. Also, I have king d7, yeah, maybe c3, bishop g6, king d7, yeah, I can try to play. Then try to stop the pawn with my king, yeah.
Right,
yeah,
and
but it's very interesting position. I mean, I don't know, I don't know who is winning, but after knight f5, it's became. I mean, the evening became less enjoyable. Yeah, here I missed. Yeah, knight d6. I mean, king c7 check. I mean, this was, yeah. I thought I have this idea with king on d7, and strangely enough, I mean, king c7, knight e8, king d7, and I thought f7 and king knight d6. I realized that knight c3 he has knight h4. Yeah, this was a bad surprise. I mean, f7, knight h4. So I was terribly lucky to have g5 move, which
yes,
of course I have big doubts. It was
when you
saving.
played g5, did you see this again? This idea of knight f5 for the
No,
second time?
I mean, okay, I just played only move, and I was sure it's lost. But okay, at least I didn't see immediate way to lose it. So I decided to do knight f5. And how did I manage not to lose it immediately? Tell
you
me.
went king
Did I play king e8 and knight c3? Yeah, yeah. I was surprised to realize that it's not losing immediately. I mean,
right.
knight g5, knight d4. I mean, it's a miracle somehow. Yeah,
it was a very fascinating and a very epic fight, Vlad. And I mean, I know you said it was less enjoyable, but to the whole world, it was just absolutely fabulous to watch.
No, it was enjoyable. Even if I would have lost it, which should have been probably the case, I would enjoy it. It's rarely you play such fascinating games. So, no, I enjoyed it a lot.
100% agree on that. And my last question to you is that do you think that the intensity of this game had an echo in game 2 for Vishy going into it with this loss?
Definitely, not only the intensity, but also the result, obviously, yeah, because it's clear that he knew he was winning at some point, and I guess, yeah, I mean, it's both. It was very intense game, but also, I mean, when you at least win it, you have some positive emotions, and when you, at the end of the intense game, you find out yourself and the losing side, that's quite difficult to cope with, I suspect.
Right. Well, thank you so much. And just an absolute fabulous match, Vlad. And we wish you all the best for tomorrow. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you. All right. And I do believe that we have another guest with us. Jan has joined us. Jan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. And congratulations on your game, on your win today.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very, very important.
That's very important. It's interesting you say that, because I want to ask you a question. It was just an observation that I made during the game that you won the second game. We'll get to the games, but it felt like you couldn't stop or hide your emotions about winning the second game, and you seemed extremely pleased with the way things went. Just pleased with the chess, or a little more than that?
No, I mean, okay, nothing about chess here. Of course, I think I can hardly be proud of my chess, but I like let's say the whole concept. Yes, so like I played in my favorite style, basically any piece to any square, completely random. And okay, probably Anish is very good in some equal positions here with some equal material, but when he's like winning, having +5 or +4 after 10 moves, it's already different. Yeah, it's a different story. It's difficult for him to find out what to do. So he has too many winning continuations, and okay, now I can say that it was my plan. Yeah, like get a losing position every time and enjoy the rest.
Right, and also before we get into the game, give us a little. Just your thoughts on how today went, just the way the match went. Wrapping it up in 3 games could not have gone better. You were obviously, I don't know if you were expecting it to go this way or not, but
absolutely expected, especially with my level of play. I was like 100% sure it couldn't go another way, you know.
Oh wow, that's really that's great to hear. So you mean that you knew that you're feeling that you're in good shape and you were ready to take this on?
No, I mean, okay, I'm absolutely kidding. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I didn't feel anything. I think like this format is very hard, especially it's very tough, especially for, let's say, the elder ones, like 9 rounds, no rest days, like 4 games plus every day. This is very sad to see. For example, Vishy, who is suffering, especially in game 4. Already for 2 days. I didn't see his match today, but I think it was also something not so logical.
Yes.
And I think if you care too much about every game in this tournament, you will just go crazy at some point, and this is too much. So, well, I was just trying to have some fun today, and not without the help of Anish. Okay, I managed to do this.
All right. Jan, will you take us through some critical moments? I want to start with game 1. It looked like this was the one game where you were in a little bit of a trouble before.
Very little. Yeah.
I can just never tell.
Just losing, yeah, but it's very little, yeah.
Sorry?
Just losing, like beginning with move 15 or something close, but it was very little trouble.
Very little.
Yeah, actually, then I traded a queen for a rook and knight. I thought like, okay, the worst part of the game is now over. But probably I was over optimistic, which is pretty usual for me. Yeah, I mean, okay, in the game 3 I improved. Yeah, okay, this was a blunder. I just blundered this idea: king b1, rook c1, and bishop c4. Otherwise, black is doing super good. But actually, after king b1, rook c1, bishop c4, this bishop goes active, and I think this is not so brilliant for me anymore. So maybe queen b4 was better, but this is already problematic.
At what point did you realize that you were in trouble? Was it after bishop c4?
I mean, actually, I did not care too much if I was in trouble or not.
Yeah, it was one of those,
Yeah, I mean, okay, clearly it's very dangerous. Yeah, the whole position, and maybe this is very artificial, like bringing your rook to d5 instead of and bringing your queen too far from your king side. Yeah, so that's why I think I have improved my play in the game 3, which wasn't too obvious. But yeah, of course, I completely missed rook h to d1. I forgot that he can win my queen. But basically, I think that rook c to g1 was like 10 times stronger because he was just going to make me there, I believe. Rook c to g1 and no, g1.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, forces me for g5, and now, okay, basically just bishop takes f7, and okay, my king is so exposed, I can basically resign.
Yeah, you don't have queen e4.
So he just takes on g5, queen c7, rook h7, so I was very happy when he let me go with queen takes e4, or rook takes e4. And then I believe the critical moment was then I played king f6, I think. In the practical game after king f6, yeah, okay, this doesn't look good. This also doesn't look good. Queen h1 here is the move, I think, and then queen h4, almost winning. Yeah, but here, I believe, yeah, after queen e3, king f6, I somehow thought that...
I'm sorry, you mean queen h1 instead of queen f3?
Yeah. Queen h1 and then queen h4. I think this was very tricky, and during the game, I don't have enough time like to get this setup of king f6 and knight e5.
So after king f6, you started feeling like you have some chance already?
No, here I thought like, okay, practically I can never lose this because, okay, I have such a simple play with my pawn. And on the contrary, I felt like perhaps Anish will press this till the end, whatever the result will be. So I thought like, okay, it's like a free roll for me here if maybe I win. So he played quite reasonably until he played queen f7. So basically here I thought I'm already better, but yeah, okay, of course it's enough for white to make a draw. But okay, queen f7 is now loses because my king goes like behind, is covered good with all my pieces, and pawn just promotes.
Right. Yeah, and then you won this game, and then the next game, again, things were not going according to plan. Just a little bit of trouble.
This is very true, Tanya. This is very true.
I can just never tell when
you have just spotted like the cornerstone of this game, yeah. Okay, basically I mixed up something in the opening, and I think after d5 we are supposed to take on d5, and this is like tricky position. My king goes to f2, but instead of this, I decided just to get a losing position immediately, and okay, no one can blame me for this. Just you get a losing position, and then you begin to play. This is what I normally do in the internet blitz. So yeah, I mean, okay, here I thought like, okay, it should be something between like -2 and -3, but you know, once I played king c1, knight c4, and yeah.
You know, I want to stop you down here because 1 second, you say that, you know, you thought you were losing here and it should be -2 or -3, but you continue to play fast during the game. Like your time.
I mean, okay, if I wouldn't play fast, I would lose on time. This is pretty logical, I think. I didn't want to lose on time, at least like with equal number of pieces. And here, I believe something like bishop b7 from him would be very practical, like remove this bishop and then keep all the benefits and slowly attack me. But
you
here,
mean instead of bishop e6?
To the standards of this game, after bishop e6, I was completely fine. I mean, almost fine. And you know, this is actually a masterpiece because you can spoil this position in one move. And actually, before queen e5, I think that black is doing quite well. So, for example, okay, it's not better anymore, but you can just play queen c8 or queen e7, knight g5, h6, and basically you should be doing all right. Yeah, h6, knight e6, queen e6, and about equal. But you know, the queen e5 is like the signature of the painter on his masterpiece. So this is like, I mean, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw that move, but I mean, okay, in general, I shouldn't be too upset. I actually wanted him to play here king e7. Yeah, bishop c3, I think rook d7 is winning, yeah? I want him to play queen e7 and play rook f1. And after rook h8, something like queen takes g7 was my intention. Yeah, I wanted to make a good old windmill, somehow. So maybe just rook b7 is winning here, but yeah, king f8, rook f1, and so on.
Right.
Yeah, unnecessary complications, but at least...
That's the advantage of having all that time on your clock. You can just think about all these imaginary...
Yeah, indeed. But at least it was such an ugly game for me that in the end I wanted to, let's say, get a small piece of beauty, you know.
Yeah, indeed. Like we started this interview with just
but here rook d7, I think, is mating after bishop c3, and bishop b2, king b1 is pretty standard. No, rook d7, no? Okay, this is also good, but I wanted to play rook d7, bishop b2, king b1.
Oh, sorry.
Bishop whatever, basically, king b1.
Yeah.
So here I felt myself like I'm good enough to find this, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so
well,
okay.
it's
very simple, but actually a piece of cake. Yeah.
Yeah, Anish helped you a lot today. Let's just put it like that. And
I never against any reasonable help.
It's always good when your opponent is very helpful. Jan, you're doing a banter blitz tonight with us.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it?
Actually, I think I have started my banter a little bit earlier. Yeah, so. Like at some point, this is a very typical game for banter when you play some nonsense in the opening and then you try hard. Yeah. Not to lose in front of all the audience. So this was a good training before a banter for sure.
I love how a game against Anish is your training for banter blitz.
Absolutely.
It's not just the chess, Jan. I also feel that when we watch you play, and this is such a pleasure for fans as well, because you're extremely expressive. That kind of adds to the silent banter of it.
Thank you. Okay, as usual, I was trying my best.
Okay, I want to ask you one last question.
You actually saw my peak level today, yeah? So.
We all witnessed it. But you know what? You might say what you want. It is also very resourceful play at the end of it. And you get into trouble, but you still make the most of it. And I think what I admire the most, Jan, is just how fast you play. I don't know how you do it or how quickly your mind's calculating, but that's some super impressive speed.
Well, it was a very simple choice for me. Like either I resign or I do a move. So I should play a move and let's say postpone the resigning for a little bit.
All right. I don't know how good an advice that is for chess players.
This is like the best advice you can you can seek here in this conversation.
Okay, and Jan, one more question before I let you go. You mentioned something interesting that you're feeling a little bad about the Legends with the whole format and everything. But are you, the way it's been going so far with Boris and with Peter, the way they're playing, and even the way Vlad has been playing, it's been pretty impressive to watch them hold their own so far.
I mean, this is nothing impressive because they're very impressive and great players. And this is nothing new for me. That, I mean, everyone, especially Legends here, should play some brilliant chess. But the format, is very exhausting, and I think this really affects at some point. And that's what I dislike about this tournament. That it's easier for some younger players, but for example, for Boris, I mean, okay, he's doing quite well right now, and especially he and Peter are doing well. But if we, let's say, wait until round 7 or round 8, probably things could change, yeah, because even I feel like I shouldn't, I would say, focus too much, as I said before, not to get completely crazy, because, I mean, 36 games against very, very strong opposition in 9 days, is not anything like an easy touch.
Not an easy task at all, but we're looking forward to all the chess. Jan, thank you so much for your time. And your games are always very exciting to watch. So thanks for bringing that in as well. And we'll see you tomorrow. We'll actually see you at the Banter Blitz before tomorrow. Okay. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's a quick reminder for...
No, not yet.
Jan, you can get some rest now.
Okay.
Thanks. Bye. That's a quick reminder for our viewers that we're going to be running the Banter Blitz with all our great players and all the legends, all of them, everybody playing. Throughout the event, we're going to be running some Q&As with them, a great opportunity for all of us to interact with them. And if you are wanting to go premium, no better time than now to do that, because it's only premium members who get the chance to challenge these great players to some Banter Blitz and to give in your questions. And I do believe that we are about to start very, very soon. Just waiting for Jan, but I do have Sasha with me. I can see him. Sasha, can you hear me? Sasha, you're on mute. Still on mute. I'm not sure if Sasha's on mute on purpose or not, but I have lost him, but we do have Jan and Rustam back. Let's quickly take a look at what is the results going into the next game. So Jan wraps up his match against Anish. Vladimir Kramnik wraps up his match against Vishy Anand in 3 games. Magnus Carlsen, Peter Leko going into the 4th game, 1.5. I think I would love to play Jan's favorite game here of yay and nay. Jan, will this be an Armageddon or not? Peter Leko versus Magnus.
I'll go with nay.
Boris Gelfand, Peter Swidler.
Nay.
Ding and Vasil.
Yay.
Okay, I'm going to go with yay, yay, and yay. And with that, we do have liftoff. Over to you guys.
Magnus. Maybe he's finally coming around to the Peter Swidler tactic of trying to beat Leko, play some junk and then take it from there.
Well, actually, I'm not sure that this is junk. I mean, I never knew about those lines, but then I started working with Fabi. And at the time, Levon against Fabi, he was playing English with E3 at any given moment. So we would analyze C4, C5, E3, C4, C5, and knight C3 and E3, all sorts of E3s, and they're kind of serious.
Could still transpose to what we had in their last game, no? If after knight f6, you go knight f3, e6, d4, we're back.
Yes, but now you have to be ready to play the pure Panov. As knight f6, d4, takes
takes on d5.
Is a pure Panov.
If d5 here.
Wow, this takes me out of book.
Styling here. Maybe Mr. Grishuk knows these subtleties here, but we have a pure Panov.
Yeah, but I think Peter should know it. He played Caro-Kann. His pupil, Vincent Keimer, plays Caro-Kann. So
this is the usual way to get this position. That's why we call it Panov, Caro-Kann. And yeah, bishop g4 is the main move. g6 transposes to yet another English line.
Yeah, bishop g4 is the long theoretical line, usually ends in an endgame, or some highly theoretical endgame.
Sasha had some novelties there, no? Like in these CD queen b3 lines.
yeah, but it's, you know, novelty for one day. Everything like that.
He played bishop g4.
There is also bishop g5 move here, yeah, but also it's not new.
What was that queen e2 line? Is that here? e6, cd, ed? There's some weird queen
yeah,
e2.
queen e2, It's my game against Aronian. I was black.
And then some dance happens, yeah, with bishop f6 and then knight d5, knight d4, and so on.
This?
No, I was thinking maybe gf first, knight d5, and then bishop f3. I remember once looking at some weird thing like this. And then gf, maybe knight d4, and then knight e7, knight e2. I mean,
it's beautiful.
So whatever it is, beautiful, it is not.
We'll see if that happens. What are the other guys doing?
Well, there are not so many of them left, right?
3.
Yeah, it's good that this time the meaningless fourth game is not played in the matches, so people are not suffering for no reason.
I agree. Did Ding take on c3 unprovoked? Is that what people do these days?
Yeah, well, I think once the knight is committed to f3, they sometimes do this. This is, I think, like a Georg Meyer approach to the structure. But this feels like a risky way to play. Because maybe I can sacrifice this pawn, get attack.
But I guess the pawn is almost, I mean, unless you want to play bishop g5 and take on f6, I think the pawn, I mean, is lost already. So
after bishop g5, you can still take on e4, no?
But then I will take on c7 and then
knight c3.
King d2. Ah, king d2 f2. Ah, and king f1, then it's not so good. King f1. Knight b2. Bishop e2. What is this?
Who knows?
Yeah, looks a bit messy. But I don't think he will go bishop g5. He'll probably castle knight e4, queen c2, something like this.
That shows different worldviews here. You say, maybe I can sacrifice the pawn. And Sasha said, okay, the pawn is lost already. It's Anyway, I guess Ding prepared, doesn't he? He was playing quickly. It looks very non-standard.
Yeah.
Boris Gelfand needing a win with the black pieces. But he really sticks to his guns here.
Yes.
Even in a must-win, he trusts his stuff.
It's also ideal for must-win, yeah? It's so complex.
Yeah, it can be worse, definitely, for must-win situation.
Alexander, you once had a must-win against Peter, and what was that?
Yeah, I got some version of Hedgehog, but Peter played this game very well. I never had a chance. It was like here d4, take with the queen, a6, bishop e2, and okay, we just built Hedgehog. I played knight f6, e6, b6, bishop b7, bishop e7, and he played c4, knight c3, castle, queen e3, knight d4, and so on.
Yeah, I remember I was very surprised with how Peter played the opening, because it felt like he gave you a good chance or a good position for a must-win, but he just played well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was very surprised he lost to Karyakin when leading 2-0, because against me, he didn't give me any kind of chance after taking the lead in the match.
Mr. Carlsen, CD, ED, he doesn't go queen e2 check, he just plays bishop e2.
Okay, so I guess he tried to get the structure in his first game with white against Peter, in which they played this English with this 3-6, and he played CD5, and Peter took with a knight, but I guess after ED5 he would play bishop B5, CD4, ED4. So now he gets the structure he was wishing.
It must be so minimal, right?
I think. Looks almost symmetrical to me.
Although maybe a tempo is something like h3, if you go bishop h5, maybe he wants to roll, yeah? G4, knight e5. I feel like there is some theory we should know here.
I've never seen this position.
Me too. But let's say knight e5, if I play... I wanted to say take and knight e4.
Didn't happen. He didn't. Magnuson played g4. Maybe that's the reason. Played rook e1.
Okay, so now Peter has a chance to play h6, g5, knight e4.
Fascinating.
But I think those structures are, how to say, underestimated, because there is a lot of fight in such positions. Like, I guess you remember how Fabiano beat Vichy with black in this exchanged French.
Yes, but that was also involving some h6, g5, knight e4.
Yeah, and then taking on d6 with a pawn, because there was c2, c7 pawns as well.
Yeah, that was a very good game. Yeah.
Can you go bishop, I don't know where, f4 or e3? I don't want to allow this. G5, knight e4.
I don't think
guess.
Leko will play g5.
I agree.
No, I think he's praying now for Magnus not to play bishop h4, so he doesn't have to even consider g5.
Okay.
What kind of gods would Leko be praying to?
I wouldn't know.
And Magnus is thinking, so what is he thinking about?
Maybe he wants to take on f6 and play like knight e5. Is this a possibility? Probably not, right?
H4 played. Maybe he wants to give Peter the option. I think Magnus is also maybe enough of a troll that he will just keep the symmetry as long as it makes any sense.
Like rook e8, rook c1, rook c8, a3, a6.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't white in Zugzwang?
Oh, queen b3, queen b6.
No, bishop f3, knight d4, yeah? So white gets into this Zugzwang.
You're saying black is better, yeah? Like Jonathan Rowson was arguing that you have to show your card first.
Zugzwang light, yes. Yeah. I think we read the same book.
I've only read like 5. But no more symmetry. Sad.
Okay, but seems like white has some, I mean, it's not completely drawish or whatever. There is a play going on.
Rook e1 vindicated by this rook takes e2 option now. All makes sense.
Isn't black like in trouble here?
I like white's position. Can't go queen b6 because of bishop f6.
And white's play is so easy, yeah? Queen d3,
queen
rook
somewhere.
e1, yeah.
Yeah, queen d3, rook e1 is better, yeah. Right. What do you guys want to see? Ivanchuk or Sidler?
I want to see Ivanchuk. Yay.
Looks like this Berlin might. So black is a pawn up, but is he very happy?
Well, this is a long-term compensation, right? White cannot do anything right away, but slowly, maybe h3 and bring this knight around like to h2, f1, g3, h5, somewhere more juicy.
I think it's an important point if white should play d5 now. Instead of, because I don't know, maybe black wants d5 to sort of fix this. I'm just not sure. Maybe he doesn't, but let's say white plays d5, so what would black do? Just ignore it, play c5, yes, but now the thing is, okay, let's say h3 now, because you cannot play neither knight g6 nor knight d7.
And maybe I can play b5 and like bishop b7, knight c7.
Okay, I will take.
Get some counterplay.
I don't know, some knight h4, knight f5, or maybe first bishop c4. I don't know. I would be happy with white.
Fair enough. I'm trying to figure out if Ivanchuk is happy. He just looks concentrated.
I think that's probably exactly the choice he's trying to make, right? Whether to play d5 or not. Because also,
yeah,
like h3, d5, bishop b4, yeah, this is also a consideration, right? This bishop could get very active.
Yeah, sure. But then If knight d6, what happens?
Yeah, I hoped like take and something. Yeah. No, like CD5, CD5.
Ah, you can take and now take on d6 and play queen e8 maybe.
Play rook e8, yeah.
Ah, yeah, this is probably strong.
He played a4 instead, and Ding went knight to c7. Archbishop is asking Rustam, are you secretly watching Frozen in the background?
Yeah, Frozen is my favorite movie, like all-time favorite. But I think I cannot watch it anymore. I've seen it too many times.
Have you seen Frozen 2?
Not yet, no.
But that's strange to me. Frozen is your all-time favorite, then Frozen 2 comes out.
I just don't.
You don't even watch it?
I just don't want to spoil the experience for me. I want to cherish it. Like, you know when Mad Max Fury came a few years ago?
Yeah,
was Mad Max
2015.
Fury, yeah?
Fury Road, yeah.
Yeah, Fury Road. And I asked Daniel Friedman if he saw this. And he told me he was such a huge fan of the original movie that he couldn't watch it because he was afraid of disappointments.
Fury Road is arguably, I'm not even sure if it's arguable, the best movie of the last 10 years. It's obviously the best action movie of the last 10 years.
Well,
Daniel's missing out.
Yeah, that is for sure. Yeah, that is for sure.
Peter Svidler.
Queen b3 looks...
It's cruising, no?
He looks critical.
Alexander, have you seen Frozen?
Yes, I hate it. Because my daughter was singing this song for like a whole year after watching it. And I cannot tolerate this song.
But that hate is not good for you. You gotta let it go.
Yes.
Frozen police is coming. Svidler's doing well now. He only needs to draw. Queen b3.
I don't see what black is doing. Yeah, Queen
Yeah.
b3, black will have to abandon this pawn.
Yeah, and the pawn is one thing, but it will give white the e4 square for the knight. And just total control of everything. No, but maybe he can play queen d8.
Knight e4 and
No, just take and some.
take and king h8. Yeah, maybe this is not the end of the world.
No, it's just so important to keep this d5 pawn. Even
Yeah,
if
it's a central pawn, yeah.
But also, if black manages to develop, then okay, white king is a bit fragile, and there are lots of pieces on the board, so it can go wrong eventually.
Can I try to play it very safe with like bishop f1 now?
So knight g4, then
Rook e1.
Then some take bishop g5.
Yeah, maybe I'm running into stuff, right?
I don't know, maybe not. Rook e2, bishop g4, knight 2 f3.
Knight f3, yeah. Knight 2 f3.
Svidler went knight e4. Centralizing bishop e7. Gelfand keeps the bishop.
So now
Maybe
it's just
knight on f2. Control, reinforce.
yeah, that's what he does.
Nice knight.
His plan is bishop f1, bishop g2. I can assure you.
It's a good plan.
Yeah. But this will run into knight c4, so okay, I guess king h8 will have to be played sooner or later.
Ivanchuk. Still pawn down?
I mean, this knight will be sorely missed in the defense.
This one, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, this knight is not where it should be.
Is this the usual illusion where you find a nice square for the knight and then it can't help on the other side?
Yeah.
Yeah, but in this structure, it's very often the case. I mean, it's usually from King's Indian, yeah, this structure. And you put your knight on before.
I mean, he did make 1, 2, 3 moves to get there. I think it's a waste of precious time.
Yeah, if Ding loses today also, this will be very tough for him to qualify. How many guys qualify, by the way?
And 4 go to the semifinals.
You have to go to top 4 even. And there is no real difference between 5th and last?
No, I'm not sure if there's different prices, but no, the top 4 go to semifinals.
So now maybe Ivanchuk can even play bishop e6 check. Bishop e6 check, so
after king h8, would you try queen h7?
Oh, it's a 50-50. It's a 50-50.
Sometimes you gotta gamble. But this would be a problem.
Maybe queen g4. I know queen g4 allows the knight to jump, right? Knight d3.
maybe just knight f5 and just take this pawn on d6, no?
Looks tremendous for white, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does.
So if you get bored, you can push this guy. No, Ivanchuk. Very close to inflicting the 3rd loss on Ding Liren.
Well, still some things could happen in this game. Yeah? It's not yet technical.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm getting the impression that we are the weakest generation in chess history. See, we are losing to Gelfand, Ivanchuk, and both are 55 years old.
52, come on.
And our best players lose to them.
So you think you're the same generation as Ding?
No, I mean like on, let's say, historical level. I mean, he's what, like 25 or something?
Ding, I guess 27, yeah.
No, it's okay, so it's 10 years difference.
And chess, how would you define a generation? For me, it's the guys from the 80s and the guys from the 90s and the 70s and so on.
No, maybe you are right, yes. So Ivanchuk plays something else. I'm a bit surprised because it looks over. Oh, and what? Bishop a4 and now bishop e6 checkmate, no?
Yeah, I was wondering, bishop e6 and king h8, knight g6 check. Can we do this, and what's the defense?
Sorry, how do you do it?
Bishop e6,
king h8,
knight g6.
So this is a 50-50 shot or better?
I think it's a little better.
Let me just show this.
Bishop h7 wins. Bishop h7, of course.
Bishop h7 is mating, yeah.
It's just over.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And now if king f7, then how to mate? Can we mate with checks?
That's on the board.
Okay, so how do we make? Queen is 6.
I would go knight g6.
Threatening knight h8 checkmate.
That was the idea.
And if I take on h7?
The bishop takes g6. On h7, sorry, I just completely missed this bishop. Queen e6 and rook g3 check, knight g5. Yeah. Oh my god.
Take that.
Rook takes g5 and then rook h5 is not yet made.
Come on. So close.
Oh my god, yeah. This was embarrassing.
There's no mate here. Some quiet move.
He played knight f5. His idea is, okay, now knight h7, queen e6, right?
So there, no?
Knight h6. I thought queen e6 and then knight h6. I think it really gets there. No, it doesn't really get there. I'm so blind and it's just incredible.
This should work, no?
This should work, yeah.
Hard to believe black survives.
Hard to believe indeed, yes.
And if knight h6, king f8. Same, yeah, knight h6 on the board. Now he's very close to beating Ding. Ding does not look happy.
Ding did resign, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, bravo, bravo. I'm impressed. So I think beauty prize, if it exists.
It was nice. What's going on with Ding, Zasha? Any theories?
What?
What's going on with Ding? Do you have any theories?
I don't know. Like candidates, he was poisoned, but this time I don't know what was going on.
How's Magnus doing?
Magnus is better.
Chipping away. Some queen c2.
Yeah, at some point I need to go g4, but I wonder when this point is. Maybe first queen d3.
Yeah, I think rook e6 was very unfortunate move. Any other move would be better. Like, I don't know, queen g7, even knight f6. I think this change of this pawn structure is quite terrible for black. That he has to take with the pawn on e6. So now everything is weak. Just you need to be able to put some pawns on dark squares. So if you had pawn on f7, you could put it on f6. But now it's like this bishop will dominate. Like, I don't know, queen c2.
It's actually funny, his dark squares are weak and his light squares are weak. How is this even possible?
Sure, it's been done before.
Not by Leko.
That's probably true. So, how does this go? Oh, we don't even go queen c2, we go queen d3. Yeah?
Well, I thought queen d3, knight f5 allows me to go g4, knight h4. And now like bishop g3, but I might be even selling my advantage too cheap here. Maybe I need to just play g4 at some point, like earlier, maybe right away, I don't know.
Magnus chooses door 3, queen a4.
So, so is he planning just queen d7 take on d6, or what is his idea? Because this, I don't know, it's possible not to win.
Maybe queen b4 now, yeah, and slowly creep in.
I don't know, now at least I can put knight on f7. No, it's still bad, but I don't understand. No, maybe it's winning, of course, but I
Queen
don't know.
f4, queen c5. Yeah.
I don't know. Now check and d5.
Yeah, no, queen ending would be a bit uncontrollable. No?
We will see, but it still looks like things are going Magnus's way. No, he's better. He's ahead on the clock. And
No, I have to say, very nice opening idea. Because it looked like absolutely like symmetry, but in fact he got some pressure. Of course, it's nothing special, yes, but
can't go g4 every game.
Yeah, he also forced Leko to go g5 at some point, right? At least somehow Leko felt obliged to play g5, which is really contrary to his style.
Yeah, but here we already felt it was going badly for Black, no? Because it's much easier to improve White's position than Black.
But could he just exchange everything after g5, bishop g3, bishop b4, rook c1, and what he played? He took, yeah, knight e4, knight rook c, and now just take on g3, take on e5. No, at least you have very decent drawing chances after this, no? I mean, compared to what happened in the game. Now take and rook e8.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe slightly worse, but...
Yeah, I wonder what he was afraid of, maybe of rook f5. It does look awkward though.
Because if rook c8, then knight f3 check, yeah? It's possible. If white takes on c8 instead of e5.
It's good.
Yeah, they got this line we mentioned, queen d7, queen b4.
Knight f7, yeah? Maybe the knight is very passive.
I don't know, maybe knight f... then I'm not in time. I mean, I would love to bring it to g6 probably, yeah? But, like this.
No, you get to g6.
No, knight f5, bishop e5, knight e7, but then you just check, yeah, and your queen comes to h8. Yeah, but everything is... Black has like 4 weak pawns and weak king. And white has 0. I mean, 5 weaknesses, you know.
So this looks...
Usually you need two in order to lose. Here you have 5, so...
The knight on c8.
Yeah, queen b8 has this paralyzing effect, right? Now Black cannot move anymore.
a4, a5. Just looks winning, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now Black is doomed to passivity, right? King e8, king f7 is the only plan he has. And wait. And maybe your plan will work, a4, a5, a6.
It's the dream. Anton contributing.
And then you will go g4 and we'll also fix that pawn, yeah? There's just too many weaknesses. Yeah, I think Sasha is completely right in his description. Just too many weaknesses.
Yeah, and then you put queen to b7, and then you bring your king to c5 if you wish. Oh, okay, so he plays b4, so he's not that sadistic. I would keep this pawn on b2 for sure, to be able to play b3 if black knight ever comes to b6. But I guess it doesn't matter here.
surprising, but maybe irrelevant. I may want to stop a4, a5, huh? Just for convenience. Not claiming it's great. All right, looks like Magnus doing well. Let's see if Peter, Svidler Peter, also doing well. No, I guess he's not losing this.
93, rook d3. Yeah, I mean, it looks like white is not in danger at all to lose. D4. Yeah.
Probably better try. Keep the structure complex.
Yeah, sure.
What do you do? Just a3?
Well, a3 looks like a slightly time-wasting move. Now I have moves like bishop a4 and bishop c6. Maybe black is a little bit better.
No, I guess if bishop c6 and bishop g4. Yeah. Otherwise, black would be.
And now if bishop a4, you just play rook d2, right?
I guess.
And if rook e8, you will play
bishop e4.
Indeed, yeah. And now bishop c6.
Oh.
And the old cheapo instincts.
Yeah, still there, right? He played bishop c6, bishop g4. Yeah, this is.
And Peter takes a breath. He's like, because he was very tense before that. He was probably also afraid of bishop a4. And now he relaxed.
Oh, there's that breath. Yeah. I'm watching. Delay. Still looks still grimly determined, Peter.
I guess black has to try knight h4, rook d4, rook e8, but there is knight d3.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe there would be some tricks.
Maybe g6 is my last chance, or is it silly?
Yeah, but
where's your trick?
Well, I just thought maybe, perfect world, I will check and take on h2, like rook g2, but he will never. This will never happen. Yeah? Like he even h3 and rook d3. No, this is not. Maybe there is no chance. He played knight e3, rook takes g6.
Fishing in muddy waters.
But this is not over yet, yeah? I mean, there was like 1 minute each. This can still go wrong. It's not automatic.
No, he definitely has more chances than Leko. Because there it's just terrible.
Yeah, Leko. No, this is suffering. Yeah, he must be kicking himself. He had Magnus on the ropes 3 times in a row.
Yeah, but he probably knew something like this was likely to happen, right? You leave out so many chances at some point, Magnus will get you.
No, it looks likely.
Yeah,
so
it
Peter,
a bit reminds the last game of Brissago match. Also, he was completely paralyzed in this game.
Oh.
But then at some point, checkmate eased his sufferings.
Yeah, but here it will come as well. Just have to wait a bit.
How do you break through? At some point, you go f4 or h4 or no?
One of those, I guess.
I think h4, right? And
H4, I guess, then take and check. Only chance.
Check and then king h3.
Yeah. It's better than king h5.
My point was if king g3, I wanted to play h5, which also doesn't help much, of course. But king h3, then queen d7.
Magnus goes queen b7. He doesn't want to allow any checks.
So if knight d6.
Oh, now, yeah, bishop d6, queen d6 is check. Yeah, this is helpful.
Probably just goes back.
Good old torturing technique, right? Repeat moves.
But actually, I read in some Soviet books, they really advise to repeat moves in completely dominating positions just to show your opponent how helpless he is.
Yeah, also to play with
really
feelings.
On paper. It's not like some kind of rumors, or it just was written in some book.
There is something sadistic about it, right? Just a little bit.
I read it in this Cheryshev book, Endgame Strategy. And I've been applying it ever since. I've miscounted many a time. Went for threefold repetitions, but in general,
he goes
Magnus just goes for the pawn ending. You better be sure when you do something like that, but he probably is.
I think it's not difficult to be sure here. Next move h4, and he gets a passed pawn, and black doesn't.
And now imagine black had f pawn instead of e pawn. He would be winning. No, I mean, this rook e6 was just really a terrible move. I mean, it's just, it looks bad, but in fact, it's even much, much worse than it looks.
It's one of those cases where not making a move would be much better, right?
Yeah,
just passing.
Of course. Yeah, yeah.
Very dry execution, no? Like, exchange everything, win the pawn ending.
Very convincing also, yeah.
Yeah. Grandmaster Stuart Atterlake is telling us the position is reminiscent of Anderson versus Sanguinetti from Biel 1976. Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
I think Stuart is really the only man in this world, in the history of this world, who remembers this game. I mean, even Anderson probably does not remember this game. Yeah? Stuart is the one.
I don't know.
I
don't remember.
Do you do agree Stuart is the one?
Well, we know Stuart knows because he told us, but if anybody else knows, we don't know yet.
Yes,
right.
It's
over.
GG, and Gelfand is sort of trying, but at least he didn't allow an immediate draw.
But this one looks like an immediate draw, yeah?
Ah, now it does again.
Also over. So no Armageddon? Am I counting this right?
Yeah, for the second time in a row, no Armageddon.
Wow. Tanya, get ready. We're about to be done with this round. Yeah. Peter Svidler draws against Boris Gelfand, making it 3 victories for Peter in a row.
So there was 3 leaders going into this round, right? Or only 2?
Let's have a look at the results. I think it was 2 because who was it? Nepomniachtchi won once in Armageddon, so he had 5 points, not 6. But Nepomniachtchi gets 3
No, but
points.
Boris, no? Or
Boris, Svidler, and Magnus were on perfect score. No?
Oh, yeah, you're right, of course. My bad. So now we have what? Magnus and Svidler on 9, then Nepomniachtchi on 8. Is that correct? And Ivanchuk?
I think Ivanchuk, this is the first he scored. I think he's on 4 points. I think he lost something in Armageddon against Leko.
Armageddon, yeah.
Yeah, he must be on 4 points. Dingliren is sadly not on the scoreboard yet.
That's amazing. 0 for Ding Liren.
And I think Boris is on 6
Boris
points.
still on 6.
And Peter Leko,
that's a tough one.
He has
won 1 Armageddon, so
yeah,
that's 2.
That's 2. Then
And he lost to
Svidler straight up.
Svidler in the regular distance.
Yeah, so he's on 2 points.
Yeah. We figured it all out. And I'm reading, Sasha, don't go yet, please. Which is a statement we all agree with. Tanya, have you prepared questions for Sasha, or are we just hoping he sticks around?
Both, but let's get the question going. I think this is the one that I'm more excited about than the ones that I have ready for Magnus. And this is to all 3 of you. It is for Rustam, but I would want an answer and an opinion from all 3 of you. In your opinion, who's the biggest troll amongst the chess legends? Big question of the day. Let's start with Sasha.
No, I think it depends. Like publicly, I think biggest troll is maybe Kramnik, because he really managed to convince everyone that he is always winning. And not publicly, I think Vishy by far. I mean, he just doesn't show it publicly, but you know, sort of under the carpet, he is a huge troll.
Wow, I'm quite surprised with both those choices, Sasha. But I do know what you mean about Vishy, that he does joke around a lot, but you have to almost be extremely intelligent to catch it. He's got that really witty sense of humor. And Vlad, yes, I'm surprised, but interesting insight. What about you, Jan? Biggest troll amongst the legends?
I have a rule question, first of all. Are the younger guys eligible, like Magnus and Anish?
Everybody playing in this tournament, including the commentators, are eligible.
Okay.
It must be you.
Then it's me. No, I think Magnus enjoys a fair bit of trolling, both in public and off the air. So if he's eligible, I go with him. Even though Kramnik, I'm not sure if this is public knowledge, but I hear there's this WhatsApp list where he enjoys sending out memes to many different people, no? And sometimes they're funny, sometimes so he's high up there. Vishy, I'm not sure why Sasha thinks he's a troll. He's just a sharp guy, I thought, no? Like off the air. So yeah, I'm going with Magnus followed by Kramnik.
Wow, that's 2 Kramniks. All right, what about you, Rustam?
Yeah, I mean, I'm deeply ashamed to say this, but I would need a description, a definition of the word
the
troll.
definition is important here. I'm also
It's like I'm an old guy and I'm kind of, I just don't know.
That's why I also had this Vishy question. Like,
yeah, I mean, Tanya, can you tell me what troll is?
Oh, wow. Okay. So trolling is, I get where the question's coming from, because I think it's like, basically imagine how in the old world you would make a lot of fun of somebody and just kind of be really like mean to them, but in a funny way. And now that person is not called mean or funny, he's just called a troll. Does that make sense?
Question for Rustam. Are you trolling?
Nah, but I would say that this one is easy. It's Ivanchuk.
Oh.
His whole life is some sort of like a grand illusion. We just don't know anything about him. It's like a magical act. Yeah, you think you know anything about Ivanchuk, but none of this is true. Yeah, I mean, this must be up there. I mean, everything else. I mean, these guys are still rookies compared to him.
So he's just trolling the whole universe.
Exactly.
I think we might have an expert on the topic coming in. So, all yours.
We do have the world champion with us, who Jan also picked as the master troller. Magnus, can you hear me? Not sure if he's joined us yet. Magnus, are you with us?
Something's happening.
I see him on the call, but I'm not sure if he can hear us. All right, let's take a look while that gets fixed. Let's take a look at the results of the day. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Vladimir Kramnik.
Yeah.
Magnus, hello?
Great.
Yeah, hi, congratulations. Okay, we've got the world champion with us finally. Let's get him on. Congratulations on today. Fourth game worked out well, but it was quite a struggle in the first 3 games.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially, of course, in the third game, I was quite lost. So overall, obviously, yeah, winning this in regulation was a big ask.
I want to first just go directly, Magnus, to the fourth game where he played rook e6. This was quite heavily criticized by Jan and by Rustam and by Sasha. Did you also feel it was a big mistake during the game?
I think he lost concentration or something, because I could see from his camera that after I went f3 that he'd missed something, because you never want that structure ever. So clearly he hallucinated something there.
You were already evaluating this position as much better for you?
Oh, I think after rook e6, f e6, he's almost lost. But I think if he doesn't go rook e6, it's perhaps very slightly better, but realistically, I don't think there's much I can do. And if given time, he will maneuver his knight to e6, so I don't have all the time in the world either.
All right, you mentioned something interesting that you could see on the camera that you felt he had missed something. Is that something that you do often to check up on? Because of course, this is not over the board where the player is sitting right in front of you. And do you do that just to go on the Zoom call and see how they are, I don't know, expressing themselves?
Yeah, I think it's more interesting that way. In that way, you're playing an actual person, not just a nickname on a website.
Right. And which out of the first 3 games do you think was the one where you felt you were in most trouble? Because it looked like in all of them, Peter was the one who was pushing and taking his chances. Which one did you feel that you were in most trouble?
No, that's very simple. I think in the first 2 games I was considerably worse, but never like obviously lost. And in the third game, if it doesn't go rook e1, I'm just technically lost. I'm losing my c-pawn, and there's nothing I can do. So yeah, certainly the third game was the one where I struggled the most.
All right, Magnus, you also, the first 2 games, you won your first match against Anish, then the second match against Vishy. But today it looked like you were not in your best shape today, the way we saw it yesterday and day before especially. Were you feeling that during the game at all? And or is it just that things didn't go well on the board?
I think it was a combination of me not playing that great and also of Peter playing very, very well for most of the game in the first couple of games. So I think it's a combination, but certainly it was not something I can be particularly pleased with.
All right, fair enough. And in this particular game, in game 3, can you just point out a critical moment where you felt you had survived the worst? Was it after?
I mean, it was rook e1. Then knight f3 pretty much equalizes on the spot.
Right. And before this, it looked quite bad. So just
yeah, I think it's lost. That's all I can say. That
right.
I'm losing my c4 pawn after any sensible move. Let's just say bishop c3 or something. Rook e1 coming next. I don't think there's anything I can do.
All right, Magnus, I have to ask you, you sound very exhausted right now. Is it just the game, or was it just a hard day, or coming back to land is something you're missing your boat already?
No, it was just a very, very tough match. Obviously, like traveling on the day you're playing is not ideal either. But most of all, it was just a very, very tough match.
Also, if you can just stay with us for a little bit more, because we've got Peter joining in on the call as well, and just wanted to discuss the game a little bit. Is that fine with you?
Yeah, I have to go very soon, but 1 minute, sure.
All right, sure. Peter, can you hear us?
Yes, hello, Tanya. Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Peter. Peter, we were just discussing the game. It was a very, very interesting match and quite a difficult battle today. Going into game 3, Magnus pointed out that Rook E1 was where it shifted. How did you feel? Where do you think you messed up your chance? Do you think before Rook E1, do you think you're completely better?
Yeah, well, actually, I was considering that the position should be just to win, and I blundered this Knight FC devilish trick. Of course, Magnus was incredible, coming up with all kinds of resources in seemingly already lost positions. Somehow I was too nervous, but actually it's not the game that really disturbs me or disappoints me. It was the last game, because my move Rook E6 was made out of a mouse slip. Somehow my hands were too wet, and I wanted to go Queen D7. That was the whole plan of going for this setup. And then my hand suddenly made Rook E6, and I can just resign. I mean, that I felt did injustice to the match, because, okay, yeah, whatever could have happened, but losing the match like this after having played quite good games, that was very, very unpleasant, because here I wanted to play Queen D7.
And Magnus, how did you assess this position after Queen D7?
I think very slightly better for white, but realistically, it's gonna peter out and be very, very dryish.
Yeah, because actually the reason why I went for this was this Queen D7, but if we can just go back 3 moves back, just because I could have, yeah, just go back please, instead of Rook E8, because I could have taken after Rook CC2 Knight takes G3. I mean, there was this possibility, F takes G3, Knight takes E5, Rook takes E5, and okay, it's very, very draw. Rook takes E5, Rook takes C2, Queen takes C2, Rook E8, and looks like it's a dead draw, but all of a sudden after Rook E8 and then Queen C5, you hit my pawn, yeah?
Yeah, but you have Queen E4, no?
Yeah, no, first take on E8. Yeah,
I mean, take on E8, and then you have Queen E4, I think.
I have Queen E4, of course, yeah, because I couldn't believe that this is not a dead draw. Yeah, of course, yeah, Queen E4 was the, yeah. Because
I mean, I still have Queen B8 check, but there's King H7, and I didn't see it.
Yeah, yeah,
Queen C7, Queen D4. You still have to suffer a little bit.
Yeah.
Queen F7.
Yeah, that was also the reason why finally I chose the other one, thinking that after Queen D7, okay, I'm gonna hold that position, and then okay, after Rook E6, it's just gone. Yeah.
All right, well, Peter, it'll be great if you stay with us. Magnus, you mentioned that you have to go, and I'm sure it's been a tiring day for you. Congratulations on your win, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. So, Peter, what about, it did feel, and Magnus himself also mentioned that the first 3 games were extremely tough for him. Not being able to convert those 3 games, you had quite a bit of advantage in them. Was that frustrating at any point?
No, I mean, okay, not entirely frustrating, because the point is that yesterday I think I played a very good 2 games against Widler, and then the 3rd game I had everything under control, and then losing it in like 2-3 moves just by blundering something and then throwing away the 4th game. I was really pissed with myself about everything, because I mean, losing a match in this wonderful event is just normal, because okay, everybody is so strong, but not the way like that. So yeah. I could basically, I couldn't really sleep the whole night, and I just wanted to, you know, gather all the energy to, okay, Magnus is coming, I want to show my best, and let's see what I'm capable that case. So I think I managed, so I really put a lot of efforts into the games. I managed to put Magnus under trouble, but okay, I'm lacking practice. And whenever the time is going down, I lose my cold head, and I start to make some irrational decisions. And of course, such great player like Magnus uses any kind of chance to escape any position. So I believe, of course, if he would have collapsed, then probably I would have collected the point. But somehow he always kept on finding resources, and it was never easy.
You know, Peter, that reminds me of something that Rustam said during the show, that actually getting a good position against Magnus is only 10% of the job, because it's just so hard to, he's just extremely resourceful.
Yeah, well, actually, if we could go back to the first game of today against Magnus, because I still haven't checked with engine, but immediately during the game already it hit me. Okay, it was a strategical battle. I think somehow I outplayed Magnus.
Yes.
He mixed up something, because already here I felt like the position is quite unpleasant for him. And takes a4, I was very proud finding this idea, because all of a sudden this hints at the knight on b7. I have everything under control, and it's very tough to be black. I kind of felt like probably Magnus is going to play b4. It's a move out of necessity. It's not because you want to make such move. Yeah, so b4 is played. Now I have to take on f6.
Peter, can you just explain to just give us a little insight why a4? You said you were very proud of this move. Why do you consider this a strong move in this position?
Yeah, it's very important, because it's very elegant that I did not move the rook from a1 yet, and I force him to spoil his structure, because he cannot play a6, because then suddenly he gets tactical problems. I mean, a b5, and then I connect ideas after a b5 with rook a7, and then knight e4, and the position, no, here then rook d7. If you go knight a5, then you just lose a piece. So basically, you have to play some rook b8. I mean, I can even decide which one I collect. Yeah, so once the a file opens, black's position collapses. So black has to play b4, as in the game. And I have the c4 square, and the knight on b7 is dominated. However, the position is, and that's why I spent so much time after takes, knight c4, queen g7, and we get a strategically very, very important position, because I did not want to play a5, because I just want to go e4 and f4 and I win the game. But the problem is that after e4, black has f5 just in time. And he spoils the structure, and yes, I have this wonderful knight on c4, but it's not so easy, because his bishop on d7 and queen on g7 are controlling all the diagonals. So I spotted this a5 idea, which basically changes my lovely knight for black's bishop. So it was very, very difficult decision to go for it or not. Now we enter some fourth sequence with a6, knight b6. Yeah, takes, queen c4, rook a8, e4.
I want to ask you this question, Peter, that, you know, you traded off the knight with the bishop. And of course, for many viewers, this knight was extremely, extremely strong. And your strategic and positional understanding is, of course, super immense. So can you just break down why did you go for this trade of the knight and bishop?
Yeah, well, as I had explained just before, that in this other line, when I would go e4, then this f5, I was not sure that just the knight from c4 wins the game by itself, because black has this bishop on d7 and queen on g7. So it felt counterintuitive. So I did not even consider this for a while, but I spotted this rook a4 idea, and black is losing material.
That's yes.
Yeah, suddenly, because rook a4 was a key move, but yeah, Magnus uses his chance, and the time was ticking down. But nevertheless, I think like please just continue with the game. Yeah, rook d1, rook c3, takes, knight c5. Yeah, takes, knight a5, because I can also play rook b4, cutting the knight on a5, but still black goes somehow king f8, then rook a7, and even if he loses some pawn, if he keeps the d6 pawn, he has very good drawing chances. So I did not want to do this, so I went for rook c7 and king f8, and here I played f4, because the point was that if black, instead of king f8, plays the more natural move knight b3, because actually black wants to, then I go e5. D takes e5, d6, rook d8, bishop d5, knight d4, rook takes f7, very, very important because I force the king to h8.
And if
then
rook d6, you have rook f7, rook d7.
Exactly, yeah. And if the king goes away, then I can already push d7 and I will win with rook e7, rook e8. So that was basically the idea. But Magnus, instead of knight b3, went for king f8. And I automatically, because I had not so much time, I thought I get the extra tempi, so I go f4. But once I played f4, suddenly I realized that I could have played e5 immediately. And maybe it was just a win on the spot. Because
so the point is that if you take on e5, you go d6?
d6, rook d8. And there is this wonderful point, bishop d5, the same idea. Now he has rook takes d6. And I have rook c5.
Yes, trapping the knight. That's brilliant.
Yeah, and even he cannot really sacrifice on d5 because I will win the e5 pawn in all the variations. So,
right. Did you spot this right after playing f4?
Exactly, yeah, because f4 I played instantly, and then I saw that, of course, because I wanted this e5 bishop d5 idea, but rook c5 was the key move, yeah. And yeah, that was really embarrassing because then the way Magnus played, I think there was already, I mean, knight b3, e5. This was the game, a5, and I also had some e6. I mean, e6 looks very strong, but I already had no time. Then he goes a4. He just leaves everything there. Rook takes f7 check, king g8 back. And this a pawn is running. It's a crazy pawn. So whenever I close the position, then I'm risking. So I had to. I don't know if I had to, but it felt like it was already natural to go for this. But it's only a technical draw.
So by now you kind of realize that the position had petered out to a draw, and the advantage was gone.
Yeah, definitely. I had also very little time, so less than a minute. Maybe there is some study like way I actually don't believe because now the knight is already too strong. And yeah, there was the second game. Yeah, that was also very, very close.
Peter, what was really really amazing to watch was it felt like you had, you said you wanted to give your best in today's match against Magnus, and it really came out like that because even the openings that you were playing, it felt like you had really prepared them and you were coming out on top after every game, getting that opening edge. The opening situation seemed to go your way throughout the match today, even up to the fourth game.
Yeah, basically I had no idea what Magnus will come up with because Magnus can play any kind of opening with white and with black. So it was impossible to really prepare for the match, but kind of I was ready because I had done some work for my student, Vincent. So I had some ideas. Actually here it was very interesting that after queen b8, this is the key move because queen b8 and knight e5 takes this bishop d8 was extremely powerful because if not for bishop d8, white actually gets what he wants. But after bishop d8, the idea after rook e1, I have bishop c7, and after queen f6, I can take bishop e5. That's the whole key.
Right, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah,
very nice.
But to be honest, it was not preparation at all. Because really? Yeah, not at all. I just mixed up something, but then I was so angry with myself that I managed to force myself, and then I spotted that but I have this queen b8 and I have this bishop d8, and suddenly black is better.
And then did you feel in this game that you were definitely in control throughout the game, but did you feel that you had any real chances in the second game? Because to us, it looked like the third game was the one where you really had a Magnus on the ropes.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that was the only game where my preparation really worked because there was a preparation. In the other games, it was just let's play chess, and it happened as it happened. But yeah, because this line is a very principal line, and I spotted that Magnus plays it. But I spotted many months ago, and then I suddenly realized that okay, if Magnus is ready to go for this line, I'm also ready. that was kind of the preparation. I think it's actually a draw somehow by computer analysis, but yeah, this d6 move is so aesthetic.
And this was part of the prep, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, I did not check this seriously. I only knew that d6 exists, and d6 is supposed to give white some advantage. But if I'm not mistaken, then probably after queen takes d6, it's some kind of a technical draw. But it's so difficult to go for this line with black because it looks so dubious and bad. But somehow computer is holding. I think the line was going knight takes b5. During the game, I was trying to, because Magnus spent time, and I was trying to understand how these lines are supposed to be going. Yeah, queen c6, bishop f3, queen c8, and there was nothing better than to play knight d6 here. Yeah, I think knight d6, bishop takes d6, bishop takes b7, queen takes b7, rook takes d6, and somehow black makes a draw here. And these are the typical lines when you as an analyst are going crazy, because you would love to end the analysis already after d6. Okay, white is better. And then the engine says, no way, my friend, let's continue. And then it goes on and it goes on. And then finally you end up in some maybe pawn up position, but drawish endgame and so on. This drives us crazy as analysts, because where to stop? Where to stop? Where do we have the right to stop the analysis? Yeah, this is the. But also the other point that I'm not really playing, so it's not like I was analyzing this for myself. I knew only that this line exists. Yeah.
And actually, yeah, I was just thinking about that. I'm guessing working with somebody like Vincent, because he's such a huge talent, it also kind of helps you stay up to date with all these ideas that you're using right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I try not to use actually much, because that's also kind of a big dilemma, that how to play by not using anything. It's not easy. It's not easy at all, but I'm trying to manage. Now Magnus forced me to show something, and okay, it was also a very important game.
Yes.
Then he went for this bishop f6, and it was the move that during the game really bothered me, that what am I supposed to do? Because I spent a lot of time. Bishop e3 and knight e5. I felt that this was very strong by Magnus. And to be honest, I was very angry not to know one more move, because it's this typical type of position that if you know one more move with the evolution of the engine, then everything is clear. And if you don't know it, then it's a complete Eldorado. So I went for this knight f5, queen c6, bishop f1. But I wasn't so sure, because it felt like I'm giving the momentum. And but here somehow Magnus surprised me with this king h8. I felt like here probably he felt the pressure. He was also done on time. And I also felt like, okay, finally Magnus also gets to know the feeling how it is when you are done on time, because usually he always has so much time. He's enjoying his position on his chair and everything. But now it felt like, yeah, he's worried and he has to fight. But this king h8, I think it was not the best. And then knight e7, queen d7, knight d5, queen takes d6. I knew that he will sack the exchange, knight b6. And I think queen b8 was a big mistake, because the queen b8 is a very nice trick, that after knight takes a8, he has knight g4 intermezzo. I mean, this is beautiful. And all of a sudden, maybe black is even better after hitting my bishop on e3. But the whole point is that after queen b8, now his rook is stuck, and I have this small little move h3, after which his position collapses. Yeah, this was actually so nice and
beautiful.
Yeah, but here, instead of collapsing, he finds this good practical chance with b4, because yeah, this b4 was kind of irritating. I didn't know when to take this rook. I don't want to take the rook, because once I take, he gets immediately free play. And I want to enjoy, but how long I can enjoy? It's not clear. That's so I went rook c1. It all made sense. b3, queen f5, bishop c8, queen f4, bishop e6. Yeah, takes on a8, takes, and bishop d4. And now I thought, okay, that's it. And these are the most dangerous thoughts. Yeah, that when you think that that's it, that's when you miss something. Yeah, I mean, incredible. Everything I think till up to this point was perfect, and then I rushed with rook e1 and allowed this knight f3 check. I mean, every legal move in the position. I think queen e4, queen e3, bishop c3. I mean, everything that gives the threat of rook e1, does not allow knight f3 check, just wins probably very, very simple, because black is running out of all dynamics. He used all the dynamic ideas, but finally, just when it seems like everything is finished, then I managed to fall into this trap.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate and a big miss. And it makes me think about what they say, that in chess, you can make as many good moves as you want, but if you miss one small trick, it doesn't matter what you've done in the past. And it's quite, chess can be a bit difficult like that.
Yeah, and it was very funny because after rook e1, knight f3 check, I mean, I really almost fell from my chair. If I would be not sitting so tight, I think it would have happened, because after bishop d4, I realized that I have to be careful. It's not just that I'm not winning anymore. It's we are down to 1 minute each, and I had to take rook c4. I think practically I just had to force a draw, but with a very heavy heart, yeah, because okay, I mean, this game was not supposed to end in a draw.
Yes, but it's also this adjustment to make that very quickly. The shift happens so fast, and a very pragmatic decision by you to go into this. And then the fourth game, as was pointed out, probably just accept rook e6. After rook e6, you already felt that it was bad for you after you got that structure with fe6?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's just elemental lost strategically. I mean, okay, we are strategic players. We know that that's it. I mean, this is what you are not supposed to do. But to be fair, Magnus played this incredibly strong move, queen a4. I mean, this queen a4 was just very, very powerful. And after queen d7, because I was ready to give the pawn to try to fish in this queen endgame, which might be a draw actually. After bishop d6, queen d6, queen takes a7, I have queen f4. And the only move for white, queen c5, to stop the perpetual with queen c1. And I have queen e3 check, king h1, and e5. And I just give all my pawns, queen takes c6 and e d4. And my d4 pawn will give me the
all
pawn.
the pawns.
Exactly. Yes. I mean, but of course I knew that now that I give Magnus this chance. I mean, this was really, I was so irritated. I was trying to dry off my hand, but it was already too late. I mean, there is nothing to dry. The position doesn't move anywhere. And he went for this queen a4, queen b4. I mean, queen b4 was just a very, very powerful idea, because it just...
And Magnus is also very strong in these structural positions, Peter, you know, where he's got this structural advantage, long-term advantage.
Yeah, I would say that probably everybody from the good guys is strong in this one, but Magnus, of course, especially. And okay, but I even wanted to throw the game, but I felt like, okay, the public deserves to know how Magnus will win the game. And okay, it was very instructive and very nice how he did it.
You know,
I was not enjoying it, to be honest, not at all.
Peter, it was such an epic fight, and I hear your thoughts after the game and the way you analyze, and I see why everybody is missing you and your commentary so much in this tournament. Your insights are simply fantastic. Tell us, how is it to come back and to play instead of commentate?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, there are some moments, like for example, yesterday after playing 2 very good games, and then throwing these last 2 games, I mean, then I really felt like, okay, if I play like this, then you better just commentate and okay, forget about this. But on the other hand, I also felt like I played 2 very good games against Widler. So it's I shouldn't get frustrated just because it happens. It's very difficult. The whole mindset is completely different by commentating or coaching or playing. I mean, completely different emotions. I feel the pressure, I feel the tension, you know, I'm getting, probably that's also one of the reasons I'm missing too many things in the big time trouble, because I feel like my heart is, you know, like boom, 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 boom. And I try to calm down, but it's just impossible. And then something happens. Yeah, well, I mean, I hope to fight. I hope to continue, because also this match gave me a lot of pleasure and a lot of energy for the future battles. Because, okay, if I can fight against Magnus, then I should be able to fight against anyone. So let's see what it will give us. And if it will not end very well, then I still might join the commentary at the end of the tournament.
Oh wow, that we want to see you in the tournament for as long as it's possible, and I think the only way we are going to let you go of the commentary is as long as you're playing the tournament. You definitely it was a very difficult day for Magnus, and it was very clear from when he joined the show, completely exhausted and drained. An absolute delight for the fans as well to watch this match. My last question before we let go of you, because I know you must be also tired after this match. Magnus mentioned in something interesting that during the game he tends to go on the Zoom call to check the expressions of the player. Is that something that you do as well, or you mentioned that your heart rate is so fast that you can barely calm yourself down? Do you go check what the opponent's expressions are during the game?
Yeah, well, I mean, Magnus is already probably really experienced because he's playing for the last couple of months all these Magnus Invitational tournaments. But for me, it's the first time, and I even don't really understand the system. So I have everybody's Zoom. It's not just Magnus's and mine, but I think I have like 4 other players there as well. So I'm keeping track of everyone. I don't know how to have only my opponent, If I would know, I would prefer just to have my opponent there. But like this, I'm watching every other expression as well, just to see how the other players are fighting.
Right. Well, I'm sure there's a way to pin one person on the Zoom call on your screen, and probably the producer can help you with that in the next round. In any case, your games have been absolutely thrilling today. Thank you so much for providing that for all of us and joining us after a difficult day. We really appreciate your time, and good luck for tomorrow, Peter.
Thank you very much, Tanya. Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
Bye.
Wow, Peter Leko there giving a tough fight to the world champion. 3 games where Peter had his chances. In the 3rd game, he was very close to winning. Magnus survived just by the thread. And then in the 4th game, one mistake. And one mistake is all it takes to be completely lost against the world champion, because he's not going to give you any chances at all. I just want to run a few very interesting tweets that we had here. I think we have to wrap up and before I do that, let me just remind everybody that we are going to be having a banter blitz with Jan very, very soon and very shortly. You can challenge Jan Nepomniachtchi. All you have to do is be a premium member for that. This is your chance to play against one of the most aggressive, entertaining, combative chess players of our time. Jan will be doing the banter blitz shortly. Go premium, not only for this, but also all the upcoming banters and all the upcoming Q&As. You can be a part of them as long as you're a premium member. Not just that, if you're inspired to improve your chess, make sure you check out all the content that's available, hours and hours of videos by Peter Swidler, by Magnus Carlsen, by Vishy Anand, all available on premium membership. 40% off going on that. If we have a little time, let's bring up a couple of socials that we had today. We had some interesting insights from Tarje talking about Peter's performance, but this was before game 4, where he said, fantastic performance by Leko so far, but will it be enough? And this was in response to Carlsen mentioning that, well, you know what, getting a good position and outplaying the world champion is actually just 10%, but converting it into a win is a whole other story. And this is what we saw just with how resourceful and what a fighter Magnus really is. That game never went into the Armageddon. Let's also get our next tweet up, which was by Kate Red. And Kate Red just told us that she's really enjoying watching the Legends. Great game. I think today was just, so far, today's day has been absolutely the most epic day of the tournament. The match between Vishy and Kramnik, the match between Leko and Magnus, just the chess that we had today, Kate, I couldn't agree more. It's been an absolute pleasure. Let's get our other tweet up. If we've got a little more time, not a great man says that Anish Giri has this talent to completely screw up winning position, especially to Nepo. Is he intimidated by his hair knot? I don't think we can credit the hair knot for Nepo's style of play. Jan is an absolute monster on the board. He plays so fast and builds up so much pressure on his opponent. Anish, yes, in 2 games was completely winning, messed it up, which is why I think one of our tweets, which we might have up, had somebody saying that from now on, Anish has to be called the wizard. Jan Nepomniachtchi has to be called the wizard of the tournament, simply because it looked like out of pure magic, he won this match. And there it is. Your new name is the Wizard. We had Jan coming in and yes, just telling us that he was completely lost in the games. And well, things happened then. All right. Well, we've got another tweet we had by Dennis Boris. Grandmaster Dennis said that it's great to see legendary rematch between Anand and Kramnik. With his recent form, Kramnik will be a real challenge for Carlsen, and I think this is a match that all of us are really looking forward to. It is going to be the last round of the preliminaries, where I think it's on the 29th, Kramnik is up against Carlsen. Vlad has, even though he lost the first two matches, and he kept his opponents on the rope. Anything could have happened. Things went wrong at the very end. And then today, what a match this was. Absolutely epic. Let's have the next one up. We had GM Rauf Mamedov from Azerbaijan just saying, Vasil, what a genius. And indeed, yes, I think this was game 4 where Ivanchuk beat Dingleren in absolutely epic Ivanchuk style. All right, well, a lot of stuff coming on, and we'll be back tomorrow with it. Once again, Jan will be joining us for the Banter Blitz very, very soon. Stay tuned. The action never stops on Chess24. The chess must go on. It's been a pleasure doing this with all of you today. Thank you very much. And me, Jan, Rustam, Sasha, we'll be back tomorrow. See you then. Good night.
I believe in curiosity and never stop challenging myself. Technology has come a long way. Still, nothing beats the capabilities of the human brain.
At Merck, we believe that curiosity is the driving force behind progress and development. Merck is a vibrant science and technology company working to develop medicines and intelligent solutions for patients, as patients are always at the center of everything that we do. We know that soon 1 out of 3 people across the globe may be affected by brain-related diseases. Luckily, we also know that training your brain can contribute to preserving and enhancing cognitive functions. Together with the chess world champion Magnus Carlsen, we want to inspire people to actively train their brain.
Always be curious. Challenge your brain.